Same thing.
Want
Want to welcome everybody to Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks Commission meeting. If you can have a seat or stand in the back if you'd like. We're going to get this meeting underway right away. I'm Whitney Dameron. I'm the chair of the commission this year. I want to welcome you all to Flint Oak, a wonderful place. I'm going to introduce Jeff Oakes momentarily after we do the other introductions and let him say hello to us. Jeff is the managing partner of Flint Oak down here and helped put this deal together for us. He's the go-to guy when you're down here at Flint Oak for anything you want. Again, I'm Whitney Dameron. I'm from Topeka. I'm the chair of the commission. To my left, Emery Cross. I'm going to let him introduce himself and the commissioners say hello to you all.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Emmerich Cross from Kansas City.
Celia Lister, Pittsburgh, Kansas.
Will Carpenter, El Dorado.
Warren Gefeller, Russell.
Keith Mark Baser.
Bruce Riedel, Ellenwood.
And staff can introduce themselves for us as well.
Stuart Strog, Deputy Secretary of Operations out of Pratt.
Go ahead, Secretary.
You're muted, Secretary.
Two of them. Here you go.
Christopher Kennedy, Secretary for the Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks.
Curtis Wired, Chief Counsel.
Jason Dixon, Commission Support.
Megan Dieters, minutes.
I see Martin DeBoer in the back, dutifully working, but Martin is here as well. With that, Flint Oak is a wonderful place that I've had the opportunity to come down to a number of times. We're looking for a place to have a meeting, and I know the commission's been here before a long time ago. So I asked Jeff if he'd like to do it again, and he's rightfully proud of this place. In 23, it was the Corvus Wing Shooting endorsed Lodge of the Year. I think you're number 2 this year. I think they get tired of you winning it all the time, but year in and year out, you're 1, 2, or 3 or something like that. But Jeff Oakes, if you could introduce yourself, come up to the microphone, please, and say who you are and what you do here.
Everybody. The only rule I've got is if there's any Reese's peanut butter cups or Butterfingers in your dish, I will be collecting them shortly. So please have those ready to go. Thank you all for being here. I want to thank you folks for giving your time to the state of Kansas and one of our greatest resources in Kansas, Kansas Outdoors. So thank you all for your time and coming here to Flint Oak. Flint Oak was established in 1978 and was established by Ray and Winona Walton, who operated it till 2007. In 2007, had ownership change when the Devlin, Geist, and myself got involved in it. I came to work here about 31 years ago. I was 3 years old at the time, so I'm 34 now, Whitney. And but blessed with 6,000 acres, about 130 really good bird dogs, 70 just over the top staff, and we operate as a controlled shoot area for the state of Kansas under Wildlife and Parks. And just thank you all for coming today.
Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate it very much. With that, we're ready to roll into the agenda. First thing up now, Curtis or Deputy Secretary, is there any additions or deletions to the agenda we need to be aware of?
Not that I'm aware of.
Very good. Approval of the March 2025 meeting minutes. I would accept the motion on that from any of those who were there.
So moved. I'll second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Very good. Minutes are approved. We're now ready for the department report. Public hearing, administrative rules and regulations. Is that you, Curtis?
No, I think,
Public hearing would not be. I'm sorry.
no, that Tom would get that presentation.
Very good. This is the 2025-26 Kansas waterfowl season dates, bag and possession limits. Bedrowski.
Thank you, Chair, Commissioners, visiting and viewing public.
With today's commission action, we'll be setting the upcoming 2025-26 waterfowl seasons. In the briefing item, you'll find the federal frameworks, KWP recommendations, and other pertinent materials for the development of Kansas waterfowl seasons. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service develops frameworks that establish maximum bag, possession limits, season lengths, earliest opening, and latest closing dates. Again, the briefing item contains how the federal frameworks are developed and the framework restrictions. States must operate within these frameworks when establishing state-specific migratory game bird seasons. The setting of waterfowl seasons is a biopolitical process, balancing not only biotic factors, but also social implications. Season dates are a preference for where, when, how, and what one hunts. The department overall setting season objectives is to align season dates that allow the greatest opportunity for participation and harvest for Kansas's diverse waterfowling communities. When developing waterfowl seasons, KDWP evaluates a variety of considerations when deriving their season dates recommendations on spatial and temporal distribution of waterfowl abundance, timing of potential high hunter participations, peak harvest opportunity, landscape and climatic features, as well as incorporating input from hunters themselves.
No, that comes me.
With stabilized federal framework since incorporation of adaptive harvest management in 1997, KDWP is also striving to establish greater consistency in its season date selections. Beginning in 2021, KDWP has incorporating decision tools to assist the season setting process by identifying important season date parameters for each of Kansas's waterfowl seasons. This process is to develop season stability, reduce bias, and add transparency in the season date selections. Listed are the season date parameters for each of seasons and zones in order of priority. Next series of slides, we'll be presenting KWP recommendations for each of Kansas's 5 waterfowl seasons. Beginning with our earliest season, September till. This season is to provide hunting opportunity for species that typically migrate prior to the opening of any other seasons. In Kansas, on average a harvest of about 25,000 teal each year, but however, it does range as high as 41,000 as low as 13,000. Due to the 2024 breeding index for blue-winged teal falling below the 4.7 million threshold, the federal frameworks for this season length is reduced from 16 to 9 days. This is the first reduction in Kansas's low plains season days since 2006. Due to this restriction, we recommend adopting a 9-day teal season, implementing the maximum daily bag limit of 6 teal and possession limit of 3 times the daily bag limit and shooting hours a half hour before sunrise to sunset. We recommend the season dates for the low plains section to be September 13th through September 21st and the high plains unit from September 20th to September 28th. As mentioned earlier, federal frameworks for ducks have been consistent in remaining in the liberal package since 1997. The only change in seasons have been for species-specific daily bag limits for wood ducks, pintails, canvasbacks, and scaups since that time. The only change from previous year is the increase in the daily bag limit from northern pintails to increase to 1 to 3 pintails per day this year. We recommend adopting the maximum federal frameworks, daily bag limit, and season possession limit and shooting hours. For the High Plains unit, we recommend adopting a 96-day season with season dates of October 11th to January 4th, and again, January 16th to January 25th. Established in 1972, the High Plains unit is allotted 23 additional hunting days due to differential harvest on western central flyway stock of mallards. For the zone, we recommend a 74-day season with season dates of October 11th to December 7th, and then December 20th to December or January 4th. For the late zone, we recommend a 74-day season with season dates of November 1st to January 4th, and then January 17th to January 25th. For the Southeast Zone, we recommend a 74-day season with season dates of November 8th to January 4th and January 10th to January 25th. We recommend an 88-day season for white-fronted geese and a 105-day season for all other geese. We recommend adopting the maximum federal frameworks for daily bag limit for geese, and this would include an increase of the daily bag limit from 6 to 8 for dark geese or Canada geese. This would put Kansas' daily bag limit in line with most other flyway states. When all three are seasoning, there are both biological and social impacts. In 2013, the federal frameworks was to increase from 3 to 8. However, Kansas chose to adopt 6 as it doubled the previous bag limit and was the same as duck. As you can see, that doubling the daily bag limit did not double harvest. The average annual harvest for those two periods have only gone up about 7,000 geese per year. Effects of bag limits on harvest experience a logistic curve. Whereas bag limits increase, the compounding effects are lessened. This is mostly an artifact that achieving maximum daily bag limit is not the norm for the majority of hunters, isn't infrequent across the season. 100 days has the largest impacts on total season harvest. To a lesser extent, factors such as weather and animal production influence harvest. The average seasonal harvest for a Kansas goose hunter is 7.9 goose per season, which equates to about a 0.7 goose per hunting day. We do not foresee any measurable harvest from Kansas change in bag limits. Currently, both cackling and Canada geese are above their population thresholds and well below their targeted harvest rate of 10%, with most of them, for most populations, being around 6%. However, with the increase of hunting pressure due to an increase in daily bag limit, behavior of Canada geese may change, where they may spend more time in refuge, greater nocturnal activity, and greater decoy shyness. Increased bags can affect hunter satisfaction both positively and negatively. Similar to season dates, what constitutes a perfect daily bag limit is up to the individual hunter's preference. This not only varies from hunter to hunter, but also can vary from hunt to hunt. Think of those days when birds are really working the decoys and a bag limit is easily accomplished versus a day where the geese just are not cooperating. A hunter preference may change between those two varying scenarios, what a preferred daily bag limit is. As there have been contention over the preferred daily bag limit, KDWP has surveyed hunters in 2014, 2019, and 2025 on their preference for the Canada goose bag limit. In 2014, 6 and 8 daily bag limit was most preferred, and in 8 geese being slightly higher. In 2019, 6 geese was the most preferred over the bag limit of 8 and 4. In 2025, in a survey sent to over 21,000 Kansas resident waterfowl hunters, received a statistically reply regarding their preferences for daily bag limit for Canada geese, where 51% of the respondents preferred 8. The next preferred option was 6 at 35% of the respondents, and all other bag selections were below 6% in preference. Again, when evaluating high bag limits and the intricacies of goose hunting, a preferred bag limit is just as much of a hunter preference as it is a biological issue. Special use waterfowl hunting seasons were initiated in 1996. Veterans and active military special use days were first offered in 2019. We recommend to hold 2 consecutive days for youth, veterans, and active military days, and those days to be held simultaneously. We recommend holding those 2 days 2 weeks in advance in the low plain duck zones and 1 week prior in the high plains unit. This recommendation differs from past seasons. The intention is to have greater separation of special use days in the general duck season. With increased participation from veterans and active militaries on those special use days has increased hunter pressure on on state wildlife management areas. By increasing separation between these days and general duck opener will provide better hunter experience on the opening day of general duck seasons. This is particularly notable in the early zone where there is high activity in September teal and those special use days. Often there's 18 days of hunting prior to the general duck opener. Consistent with past seasons, we recommend a 15-day falconry season in the Kansas low plains zones. Due to the migratory bird 107-day hunting restrictions, for additional hawking days are unavailable for the high plains unit. Listed are the department's recommendation for the 2025-2026 waterfowl season in table form. As previously mentioned, we incorporated structured decision-making tools to assess in the season date selections. In review of migration patterns, harvest, hunter activity, habitat conditions, weather patterns, holidays, hunter surveys, hunter communications, and other variables, staff believes the structure provides the best overall opportunity for participation and harvest for all Kansas varied waterfowling communities. Final season selections are required today in order to meet the May 1st U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service deadline to be published in the Federal Register. Thank you for your time and attention, and we'll stand for any questions.
Thank you, Tom. I have a couple of questions and comments before I'll open it up to the rest of the commissioners. This is an issue that I've received some calls and emails about. I think we're all aware that the commission spent 3 years or so looking at some potential restrictions on non-resident waterfowl hunting in our state. And that regulation fell by the wayside due to the administrative process that kind of changed out from under that. And so we saw legislation in 25 that would have essentially incorporated that regulation into statute. That was passed near unanimously in the Senate, not so much in the House, but made it to the governor's office and then was vetoed. So my question that some people have asked me, by expanding the Canada goose limit from 6 to 8, does that exacerbate the problem that we've been trying to deal with that regulation? Or does it have an impact or not at all?
For Canada goose hunting, there's a pretty good split of where one hunts Canada geese at, with probably the larger harvest coming from those hunting private lands, mostly hunting agricultural fields or ponds, than in probably some of our state wildlife areas. Not to say places like some of our reservoirs, Cheyenne Bottoms, that can hold a lot of geese in a refuge that no hunters will not be staying out there longer than that. But I don't see hunters coming to Kansas anymore for 8 geese than they would for 6 geese. So I don't see an increase in hunter participation. Hunters may stay out in the field longer, but not as far as total hunter numbers or hunter days.
Thank you. Questions from other commissioners?
Are we going to give public?
Yes, we
comment
will.
on-
I'll
I'd
let
like
you
to.
guys go first or go last, or
I'd rather
front
go
and back.
last if that's okay.
that's fine with
I'd
me.
like to hear from the public.
And I know we've got some people here and I think online as well. So if we want to roll into public comments. Yes, sir. Identify yourself and appreciate you coming. Thank you.
Mike Castelli. So I hope we can all agree that we have a pressure problem in Kansas, and going from 6 to 8 is really putting more pressure on our private lands where the geese are mainly killed on croplands and small watersheds. And you're also giving the outfitters a marketing gift, because when they go to social media and they post their pictures, it's not a picture of a dog with a duck in its mouth. It's a picture of 60 dead geese, 80 dead geese, 100 dead geese, 120 dead geese, miles for piles. And you're putting the outfitters in the field longer, which adds pressure. And what does pressure do to our waterfowl? Makes them go nocturnal. Maybe instead of going out to feed twice a day, they're only going to go out and feed once a day. Maybe it's going to be 15 minutes before shooting time in the evening, or they're just going to go nocturnal, or they'll leave our state. This is a bad direction to go to 8. It's not worth it. 51% wanted 8 geese. Who were those 51%? Were they outfitters? 47% wanted 6 or less. So I'm asking the commission, you guys have choices. You can vote no, you can file an amendment and make up your own number, but 8 is not the answer. And I want to touch on the 3 pintails. Pintails are down 11%, and the feds decided to do a 3-year study of 3 pintails with no protection on hens. I like to see the commission go 1 hen pintail and protect our egg layers. None of those questions were on the survey, but they're down 11%. We've had 1 pintail limit for umpteen years. And before that was a season within a season where you could shoot one pintail till like mid-December, and then it went to 0. And 2 years ago, DU posted an article saying we are close to going to 0 pintails. We had this discussion in Kansas City 2 years ago. And now they want to do a 3-year study for 3 pintails with 3 hens. That's ridiculous. You guys can do something right for the Central Flyway and say, instead of being the Kansas killers, let's make a statement and say, hey, we're only going to go 1 hen pintail and see if the other states will follow. Let's be the leader in conservation here. Thanks.
Thank you, Mike. Are there questions for Mike while he's here?
No, but I will say that I received probably the second most calls, second to the night vision coyote, which we're going to get later, is on this pintail issue. The majority of the people that called, and it was more than 6, agreed with Mike that it's odd that we would go from 1 to maybe no pintail for so many years to jump it to 3. So that was just the people that called me. I just wanted to share that.
Yeah, and it's no hen restriction, which is ridiculous.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily saying that's my opinion. I'm just letting you know that that's the bulk of the people that called me and have come up to me and talked to me oppose the 1-3 on the pintails.
Thank you, Mike. We have other people in the audience before we go online who want to comment on this issue? Yes, sir. Please come up. Identify yourself for the group. Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Raymond Cook. I've hunted waterfowl since, 68. And what's happened is on our reservoirs, controlled by the Corps of Engineers, we can't stand the out-of-staters coming in. That's all we got left. All the private ground is leased out. I grew up when you could go hunting anywhere. Ranchers would say, kill all you can, get rid of them. And now it's big money. They're all after that big whitetail. So it's all leased up. So now what are these young people coming into hunting going to have? What are we going to do for them? About the only thing we got left is reservoir duck hunting. We can take them, show them how to call ducks, decoy them, and have a good hunt. But if they're all flooded by out-of-staters, it's not going to happen. So what they're going to do is they're going to stay home and they're going to be on their device, and we're not going to get them out of the house. Most of them are going to end up on drugs. I know because I work at a facility at El Dorado Correctional Facility. I do their HVAC and I work inmates, and I know how their lives are and how they got there. And we've got to get a hold of these young kids and get them involved in wildlife. Maybe not hunting, but other sections. But this problem, that's all we got left, are these reservoirs. And we're not the only state. I really commend you guys for the bill that you've started to try and control it. We can't give up, but other states are doing it already. This year, Colorado's total draw. Anything west of I-25, you have to be drawn. And they worded it so the numbers that they put on the units are, if they're filled by the residents first, no out-of-staters. So they put their residents number 1. And that's what I'm asking you to do. Put Kansas residents number 1 and go on. The other states are doing it. I think we should do it too. So that's basically all I wanted to say. Keep up the good work. Let's try and get this done. So at least we'll have some hunting for our young people, because it costs a lot of money. You can go out and hunt private ground and spend a lot of money, but not everybody has a lot of money. You can do that in Colorado too. You can hunt private ground. They didn't restrict private ground, and we're not restricting private ground the way I understand it. It's the reservoirs that I'm concerned with right now, because that's basically all we have left. And the same way with public on turkey hunting. So anyway, thanks guys for at least addressing it. Maybe we can get it passed next in the next go around.
Thank you, Raymond.
Thank you.
Questions for Raymond? Comments? Thank you. Appreciate it. Anyone else from the audience? Okay, Jason, you have people online. You want to queue them up?
We do. Perry, I'm gonna ask you to unmute and state your name and your location, and we'll go from there.
Yep, thank you. My name is Perry Prosser. I'm native to and a lifelong resident of Central Kansas. I've had the privilege
Just a
of,
second, Perry, we're not hearing you.
okay,
You're not getting. Go ahead and try again, Perry. Or let me ask you to unmute again. There you go.
how's that?
There we go. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, my name's Perry Prosser. I'm native to and a lifelong resident of Central Kansas. Had the privilege of being able to hunt geese in this part of the state for over 40 years, and I appreciate the opportunity to address the commission today. Over the last couple of weeks, I've spoken to most of you on the phone and have attempted to communicate via email regarding the proposed increase in the Canada goose limit, which I'm in opposition to. That opposition is based kind of on three concerns as I thought about it. What's this going to do to the population? Why is the department recommending this now and not at any time over the last decade when it could have done so? And what impact will this have on the quality and quantity of hunting opportunities? Before I expand a bit on each of those, I think it's important to mention how the 8-bird limit came about. So about a decade ago, the frameworks were changed, effective with the 2015-2016 season. That allowed the increase in the Canada goose limit to go from 3 to 8, as Tom mentioned earlier. This was for the East Tier states in the Central Flyway, which were North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Kansas, Oklahoma, and then part of Texas. And it's my understanding this was done to provide individual states, particularly North and South Dakota, a means for dealing with what was at that time a rapidly growing population of large Canada geese. They were concerned it was going to turn into the snow goose situation. And that's specifically the Western Prairie, the Great Plains population. There did not appear to be a concern for the mid-continent cackling population, which is the smaller subspecies that winters in the Central Flyway. So the intent was to change, or the intent of the change was to increase harvest on the large Canadas without significantly affecting the smaller Canadas. So to relate this to my first concern about the population and whether it can withstand the pressure, the 2024 waterfowl population status report from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service shows recent trends in both of those populations. And the estimates for the large group, the Western Prairie Great Plains, for 2023-24 was at 1 million, which was the lowest it had been since 2009, 2010. And then the mid-continent cackling population, which is the smaller geese, showed a 1.6 million estimate in 21-22, which was less than half of the 3.8 million estimated in 2009, 2010 when they started looking at this. Now that 21-22 survey was the last survey they were able to do for that population. And that 1.6 million was the lowest since 1.3 million 30 years ago in 1994-95. So my observations in the field over the last several years support the decline in the small Canada population. And it seems over the last decade, as the larger geese have found a refuge in urban areas, the smaller Canadas have been slower to react and have basically taken it in the shorts when it comes to these increased limits throughout the flyway, especially on the wintering grounds of Kansas, Oklahoma, and Texas. So I guess what I'm saying is I have my doubts as to whether the changes the federal frameworks undertook a decade ago are still valid. And given these numbers, it would seem we would look at reducing the bag limit instead of increasing it. And I know Tom said the populations are in line with what they should be, but we haven't done surveys for several years. I don't think we know. So as to why the department's only recommending the 8 birds now, I basically believe it's because the survey shows 51%. There's no other reason. And if you look at the 51%, there were 2,073 people responded to the Canada Goose question that preferred, or 51% of those preferred the 8-bird limit. So if you take those 2,073 respondents and compare it to the 2023 department data that shows 16,500 active goose hunters, that's only 10 to 15% of active goose hunters. And that's assuming all of those 2,000 respondents actually hunted geese and were more interested in ducks and just said whatever on the goose question. So I understand the importance of surveys, but I'm not convinced a 51% result by itself on such a small sample size is a large enough majority to warrant this increase. And the last reason, as far as the quality of hunting, I'm just going to say that in my experiences in the central part of the state, in the last decade with the 6-bird limit compared to the 30 plus years under a 3 or fewer limit, been a noticeable decline in both the quality and quantity of hunting. There are a variety of factors contributing to this, and I believe many are tied directly to the larger bag limit. And unfortunately, some of these factors have led to people giving up the sport entirely have proven to be a significant barrier preventing others from entering the sport. And I don't believe a further increase will do anything to improve the quality or quantity of hunting opportunities for most hunters. To conclude, I believe a 6-bird Canada limit is plenty and probably more than most people can utilize responsibly. By maintaining six birds, it's not taking anything away from hunters that they don't already have. And while I personally would like to see the limit at 3 or 4, I think 6 is a reasonable compromise between those who want as liberal a limit as they can get and those of us who prefer to see more conservative limits. With that, I respectfully ask the commission to consider amending the department's recommendation and leave the limit at 6. Thank you.
Thank you, Perry. Do we have questions for Perry from the commission? Seeing none, thank you. Jason?
Yes, Mr. Sporer, I'm going to ask you to unmute.
Troy Sporer, former Wildlife and Parks Commissioner. Thank you, Troy.
Hey, good afternoon, Commission. Thanks for having me today. I too oppose the 8 goose limit. Did I get unmuted?
Yes, you are.
Okay. There we go. Oh, last year, I believe at this same time, I proposed an amendment to go back to 4 geese rather than stay at 6. I was a little surprised that all of a sudden we're asking for an 8-bird limit. I get the lesser goose population is probably cycling up and there's opportunity to shoot more geese. I grew up my entire life shooting big honkers in western Kansas and Kerwin and Webster, the reservoirs out here. We virtually have very few greater Canadas anymore out here. I don't know where they went. I suppose they're in Wichita or the urban areas like the last guy said. But I don't think our greater population of geese can stand an 8-bird limit. You know, for people to go to the field and actually shoot 8, you know, you might have one good shoot. Why don't we just keep it at 6 and maybe not have one good shoot, maybe have a couple, 2 or 3 good shoots during the year? So I would strongly suggest that we just stay at 6. And I hate to go against Tom. I don't like to do that. But I just think that my personal opinion is 8 geese is too many. 6 is enough. It also starts bordering on favoring commercial hunting and outfitters. And as we all know, everybody likes a big pile, except I guess me. I guess I'm not very interested in shooting a big pile of geese. But voting for 8 geese is a vote for the dollar signs and commercial hunting. And I would appreciate it if you guys would think about it. And I hate to go against Tom, but I guess at this point, I just don't think our big bird population can handle it. And obviously we can't distinguish between a cackler and a grader. So I guess this is where we're at. Thank you. I appreciate you guys' service.
Thank you, Troy. Is there any questions for former Commissioner Porter? Thank you so much. Any additional comments online or from the audience on this matter before we turn it back to the commission?
Nothing online at this point.
Okay, thank you, Jason. Anyone from the audience? Very good. Commissioner comments.
Question first, the 6 to 8 bag limit on geese. Do we have data on when we had the 6 a day limit on how many people limited?
Yes, so through the Fish and Wildlife Service, the hunter diaries, where a hunter prescribes their daily bag limit, we can get frequency of harvest from how many times they have reached 6 versus 4 or 5. That's still a very small minority. I don't have, it's on my other computer what it would be, but it'd probably be in the 10 to 15% range where someone accomplishes his 6. We have no experience at how many times people would accomplish 8.
And then would you expect increasing the limit from 6 to 8? Would that change that data at all? I mean, would people that didn't shoot 6 now shoot 6? You see what I'm saying? I mean, does it really, do we expect to see an increase in the number of birds taken?
Do not expect to see an appreciable harvest that we could relate to daily bag limits. Things such as weather, local production, and those type of items would probably have a larger influence. And like if you look at our annual harvest of birds, it fluctuates every year, and those are due to those type of variables.
Okay. I didn't get a lot of calls. The ones I got were similar to what we heard here, that they just didn't see the value in the increase from 6 to 8, that 6 was plenty, weren't getting their 6 anyway, and you can only eat so much, and those kind of comments. So what is the who does benefit from a 6 to 8? I mean, even, I've heard the outfitters would benefit, but do they charge by the bird, or would they be able to increase their prices if we went from 6 to 8? I mean, 6 times several hunters, that's a pretty big pile anyway. So you see what I'm asking?
Sure. So it's pretty entwined of what, the biological impacts versus the harvest impacts. The biological impacts are very minimal. We can go into goose harvest, goose management for that. So now mostly speaking about the social dynamics greatly changes. And then when you add in guiding, where you start adding economic ones, it gets even more complicated.
Yeah.
It's not wanting to speak for commercial outfitters, but an increased bag limit, there is some hunter satisfaction tied to what that bag limit is. Whether it's 4 or 5, 6, hunters have to say they shot a bag limit. Back in the point system, when you shot your 1 hen mallard, you said, I got my limit. You didn't say you shot 1 duck. So when guide services have to go, again, provide that opportunity going from 3 to 6, they probably were not happy. I could speak from experience on the East Coast where the Atlantic population had declined, where they had 1 bird bag limit, very few outfitters. And people know the Eastern Shore, Maryland, Virginia was the goose capital for that portions of the flyway. When they went from 1 to 2, that's when a number of commercial activities went out. When they went from 2 to 3, that's when commercial guides were starting to complain that's too high. We're spending more time in the field, or too hard to reach our bag limit too many times. I would expect a 6 to 8 would probably actually have more of a negative influx on outfitters than remaining at 6.
Okay. Did you get a lot of feedback at the department from any group in particular, outfitters? I mean, the increase from 6 to 8, are you recommending it because it's a federal change, or did you get a lot of pressure or a lot of requests?
There said outside of the probably in the last couple of years, probably when we went from 3 to 8, I did have a lot of requests to go to 3 to 6 when at that time to go 3 to 6. I would say the last 4 or 5 years, their request is actually be to decrease from 6 from that bag limit. However, that's a small sample, not a representative sample as some of our hunter surveys are.
How long have we been at 6?
Since 2013 was the first year.
So is that enough time to get good data? I mean, that's
as far as harvest or hunter. putting on the PowerPoint again. So this is since 1999, when we switched to the Harvest Information Program to identify hunters to participate in Fish and Wildlife Service harvest surveys. So the light green bars would be that harvest, annual harvest. You can see our peak harvest was in 2014, followed by 2003. The dotted line is kind of those average across the time. Again, the same thing for the dotted line on the right side, the darker one would be that average harvest. You can see those annual variations, and those again are things like, kind of weather events, not only in our state, but, do those birds get, Nebraska's the #1 harvest state. We're #3 because Nebraska, North Dakota, Kansas, as far as goose harvest in the Central Flyway. So a lot of years they can get hung up in the Platte River Valley. When we get harder years, we see more geese coming into the state. And those are probably some of those why you see that fluctuation. Again, hunter activity and hunter days are what drives harvest, not bag limits.
And was there any change in the number of out-of-state permits or out-of-state hunters?
We could overlay the number of out-of-state state duck stamp sales on that, which has increased from that time, from around 2007 when we started the electronic licensing system, where we're around 15.8% sales for non-residents, and now we're at 42% sales for non-resident stamps. How many of them are goose hunters versus duck hunters is a little hard to tease out, and as well as how many are participating and guiding and outfitting.
Right. Okay, one more question. We get a lot of feedback almost every meeting, as long as I've been a commissioner, about resident access and the impact things that we do have on resident access or lack thereof. Would you expect the increase from 6 to 8 to change the complexion of that issue?
Private access for goose hunting is extremely difficult in Kansas, probably more so than many of our other hunting activities. A lot of day leases, a lot of annual leases for those agricultural grounds. I don't see how this would, from going from 6 to 8, would promote that any more than it's currently at. I mean, we're kind of maybe reaching some carrying capacity of how many guides you can have in a state, but we're still adding.
Okay, thank you.
Other commissioners with comments?
I was just curious, is there any duck waterfowl outfitters present here or either online? Because I'm just curious if it increases, like the commissioner asked, does it change the amount that you charge? Do you think if you could raise it from 6 to 8? I'm just curious to the dynamics of that. Say anything. Okay. I think you raised a good point there, though.
Other comments?
Yeah, Tom, I seen the survey results there and this slide, that information, appreciate it. And I'm just curious, what did your federal counterparts, when I'm sure they were approached with these questions and issues too. Do you know what was their response or how they handle it? What are their thoughts on going from 6 to 8? Obviously, they're okay with it, but what were their responses to the questions like this? Do you know?
So when we went from 3 to 6 had gotten a lot of discussions among other flyway states and some of our federal partners of, well, why'd you stop at 6 if the federal frameworks are 8? So we, at that time, we told them it's a social issue, it's a hunter preference issue. And at our hunter surveys, we're representing that they wanted 6. And then, so from going to 6 to 8, so the only other state, so in the Central Flyway, it's for, all other states are at 8 with the exception of Nebraska. Nebraska chose 5 and has remained at 5. And that's an annual discussion they have there. Again, Nebraska is the #1 goose harvest state in the Flyway.
Did the your federal counterparts, did they have any comments to you or any conversations with you on responses like the questions we're getting today from people online and present here?
So where goose management is in different states can greatly vary. So the increase in 2000 or, no, in 2013, the discussions in 2012 related to or Canada goose management. And when you talk about Canada goose management, you're actually talking about two species of geese, of white cheek geese. You got the cackling geese. There's two subpopulations. There's the short grass, which is kind of the western states, Colorado, Wyoming, et cetera. And the east here, which is the tall grass, which would cover, North Dakota down to Oklahoma. And those cackling geese, we call them mid-continent population. And those were kind of the ones we hold most, have most conservative on our harvest strategy. They have been increasing. And so in the management plan that came out 2012 for them, we switched to managing, to the population. Now we manage through get through a Lincoln-Peterson index. So it's based off of harvest and band returns to get that. So we set a harvest we need to get ahead of the curve. We know if we're going to be able to manage them, and there's going to be enough buffering of those big or large body geese to actually protect some of those smaller geese. Our state population for resident geese has been relatively stable between 16 to 20,000 for the last decade or more. So I don't see this as a biological impacting them, and that's what the flyway cares about on those type of issues.
Okay, Tom, thank you.
Commissioner Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So could you back up and explain to me about the cacklers? And I goose hunt fairly regularly, and it seems like we don't have any large geese anymore. The cackler, there's a ton of those. So did you say that they're more of a protected?
Well, as far as we're more conservative on our harvest strategy than we are on large body geese, Canada geese. So those were kind of ones, particularly ones that were coming out of interior Alaska was concerns. But most of the cackling geese are high Arctic nesting geese. Their production is more impacted by the timing of snowmelt. And last 2-3 years, they kind of had a poorer production than previous years. If you looked at their population growth went way up, and last few years has tailed down a little bit, mostly due to poor production.
I'll be honest, in my area, it seems to be there's not nearly as many large geese as there were in a lot of cacklers, and those little suckers are pretty damn hard to decoy too. They swing.
So we have a current research project along in the Central Flyway looking at that they're all geese, but particularly white-fronted geese and cackling geese are undergoing a migration shift, not only where they're going, but also what habitat they're using. So last 2 years, we've been putting out well over 150 transmitters across the Flyway, including here in Kansas. And we're finding out the little geese, particularly in Texas and even up through Kansas here, they're spending more time in urban areas. They're finding refuge or finding habitats, open water, lawns, and pressure away from the guns.
Very good. Thank you for that. Well, just as talking to the other commissioners, so this is probably one of the first things that comes out of my mouth when we're talking about bag limits and stuff. And so this is one of the first times that obviously the resource will handle this. And so I've always been a proponent of opportunities up until if the resource will handle it. But I also have shot my 6 geese limit, and that's the last time that I'll ever do that when I clean them and get done. It's like, that is a lot. So I just can't imagine cleaning 8 geese or even more. So it's kind of a conundrum here for me to make this decision, but I think 6 is God's plenty as far as I'm concerned.
Have other comments from commissioners? Julia Lister?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, can you go back to the pintails and talk about that a little bit more?
Sure. So the pintails have been a species of concern since the 50s. They're one of the earliest nesting species. They're a short grass nesting species. And from during that time, landscape agricultural changes has dramatically dropped their population. We've been extremely conservative on our harvest for the past 20 years, with many years only having a 1-day season, even having a 30-day season within our season within a season for them. So with some new research and ability to do better population modeling, we can look at the effects of harvest. And what that's telling us is even at that one bird bag limit, we're not seeing any changes in the population due to harvest. So they call it experimental, but that's really a term of how the Fish and Wildlife Service adopts harvest strategies. There's operational harvest strategy, like adopted harvest management. But then when something comes new or new changing strategy, till it's rated as an operational one, it's considered experimental. So it's not really it somewhat is a research experience or not, but after harvest management, the goal is to learn from what we did from previous years. So we'll be able to get some things to update our models to see what the effects of a 3-bird bag limit, but however, what its models are suggesting that harvest is not having an impact on the pintails. And get a lot of questions on species or sex specific. Why aren't we we'll stay at one hen? Well, mostly for those northern states where pintails are not in plume or be able to differentiate between a male and female until later in the season, December, January. So that would affect a lot of those northern states having a sex specific regulation.
Further questions?
No, sir.
Commissioner?
Yeah, if the pintail is a species in concern, and one bird harvest hasn't impacted the population positively or negatively, I'm just curious, why would we jump from 1 to 3?
So it's not that the way you look at it is how that one bag affects a pintail, but actually what overall harvest was and what the impacts of harvest on what would be next year's population. So in the model that it takes those considerations of what impacts of harvesting at a certain bag limit or what the proposed bag limit would be, it actually will say what next year's harvest would be, and then what effects that would have on the population for the next 1,000 years.
Right, but I mean, if we were so concerned about the pintail for such a long time, to the point where there was a discussion to not shoot them, and we found that one keeps a stable population, man, if it ain't broke, I guess is what I'm thinking here.
Sure. So the pintails, they're still a species of concern. It's, majority has been well documented. It's a habitat issue, a nesting issue.
Have we improved that? Has there been some grand improvement in the habitat that would make you think that we ought to jump it, triple the limit?
So it's similar to the kind of the goose argument that what the models are predicting, that there will be no difference in populations from whether you're shooting 1 pintail to 3 pintails.
But why all of a sudden? I just don't understand the logic. Where we were thinking maybe shoot none, and now we think we can kill up to 3 and it won't impact. I just don't understand the concept of if you harvest triple the amount, it won't impact at all.
So this has been actually a 15-year thing in process. It may be new to the hunters as a current option that's being discussed or been passed. That there's been a lot of discussions of what impacts of harvest have on the pintail population. And for the majority of that time, it's saying, well, we could be at 3 pintails, so why aren't we utilizing 3 pintails?
But we're not seeing you said it was a stable population, not an increasing population.
Correct. It's been relatively stable. No. So pintails, the way the model goes, there's kind of a latitude of correctional. So pintails, they show up on their breeding grounds, conditions aren't very good. They move north where they usually have lower productivity. And so years that they use that mean latitude, we expect lower production and lower populations.
But all things factored, you said it's been stable, not increasing. All those models.
All those models, yes. But all those models are also just suggesting that going to a 3 pintail will not impact the population any different than 1 bird was.
Yeah.
there, with the exception of, in the Central Flyway, with Texas, that the impacts be relatively low. We shoot about 3,000 to 4,000 pintails in Kansas here a year.
And if we tripled that,
You'd have to go back to, again, how many times do you have the opportunity to shoot three?
but you understand, when you set limits, you have to acknowledge the fact that it could happen. Not that it's rare that it'll happen. If we give the opportunity, don't we consider that the extreme could happen?
That would be the extreme, but then you have to operate in what does happen and how many times that
But
pintail.
we can't say what does happen. If we raise it from 1 to 3, we have to assume a triple increase. I mean, we have to believe that could happen.
So biological won't have impact, or maybe a different way to look at it is maybe using we the people philosophy, that you can have regulations that go from top down, or you could have actions that are from bottom up or decision. So it's up to the individual hunter whether they want to shoot 6 to 8 geese or 1 to 3 pintails.
No, I get that. And trust me, I'm for less government regulation. Probably more so than anybody on the panel, but I just don't understand. You haven't told me enough. And I usually would side with where you're coming from here, but you haven't given me enough information that would make me think for any reason we would go from 1 to 3. So that's just my position.
Did you get pressure from any constituency on that issue?
I would say I've had comments on it, know why, and then you start talking about the new harvest strategy and why it's being implemented. I think those that can follow that strategy understand and concur.
Okay. But in both cases, the 6 geese and the 1 pintail, we're not going backwards. If we leave it like it is, we're not hurting anybody because it's what they have now.
Correct.
And so I guess I'm struggling a little bit with, by increasing them, if we're really not benefiting anybody and really don't have the data on the species, the effect on it. I mean, why change?
So going back to our hunter survey that we had that looked at this, I thought it may have been some influence of age. We're at different cycles or periods of where we hunt, versus a new hunter versus an old hunter. And the 8 goose limit was pretty even across the board, where hunters from 18 to in their 70s was the most preferred, was an 8 bird bag limit. So if our sample, the sample was sent out to over 21,000 Kansas resident hunters that were 18 or older that we had an email for. Looked across there, we had 93 emails for 93% of all of our stamp purchasers. And then we also looked at age, and unless you were over 75, most people had an email address for. So we sent out a survey as an email invitation to do the survey. Every person got, until they completed the survey, got 3 invitations to participate in that survey. We had over 4,600 respondents, so about 15% response rate roughly. Again, if we needed about a little over 300 to get a statistical sample at 90% with a 3% error. So, what our survey said, 51% of them preferred 8 versus 6.
Thank you.
My last point would be, I don't think a 50-50 split is significant enough to put any weight on the people really want to change. But the one thing in your slide that struck me is you said only 10 or 12% got to the 6% of the time, the 6 bag limit.
I would have to go back.
10 to 15%. I just don't think that's so we would raise the limit to please 10% of the hunters in the field. So again, I'm not for that, and I'm certainly not for the increase in the pintails. I think status quo here might be the right thing when it comes to those 2 species, would be my opinion.
In regard to the survey, I don't certainly dispute the accuracy of that, but I think I agree with Commissioner Mark that 50% on one side and then 50%, give or take, were 6 or less, and that was kind of a balance. in that. Question I have for Curtis today, what are our options? Options to accept as proposed, amend, or we have to do something.
Right. Pardon me. So these bag limits are set by commission consensus because KSA 32-1008 defers to federal law on how these numbers are set. So I think traditionally what's happened, this is my first go around in this process, but from what I understand is the commission takes a voice vote to reach a consensus on what numbers they want to set. And then that letter, then it's prepared in a letter and sent to the feds, setting the numbers. So that's the process going forward. So, through motions and how you want to approach it, Mr. Chairman, we need to reach a consensus on the numbers.
So we make a motion.
Yeah, we can make a motion. I think it would be appropriate. Whoever wants to make that motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would make a motion that we leave the pintail season at 1 and the goose season at 6.
The motions, there a second?
I'll second.
There a discussion from the commission? So we'll do a voice vote and see if we have consensus. You can tell from the voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? If we have a consensus.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tom.
Thank you, and looking
We
forward
appreciate
to
it.
4 more months for teal season.
Curtis, you're up now. Regulations and promulgation. Curtis Wired, Legal Counsel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You'll see here the regulations and promulgation listed. I will say that yesterday afternoon, I found out that the Attorney General's office has approved our trout fees, our fee regulation 2-1, the non-lead muzzleloader shot, which is actually 4-4. And also importantly, our creel limits, size limits on fishing 25-14. So with those approvals, I've had them submitted, Megan submitted them to budget for review of the economic impact statements and those. I expect, you can't hold me to it, but my strong desire is to have the fishing creel limits and size limits up for the commission's vote at the next meeting, assuming I can get it noticed up properly with the Secretary of State. You'll see there too, the threatened and endangered species, which has been presented on several times. We've went through our 90-day statutory notice period, and it has now been submitted to Department of Administration. The 9-A, which is the military units, has come back from the Attorney General's office, and I'm actually working with Mr. Jaster on reviewing 9A and 9 to make them kind of a regulatory review of these provisions to make sure they're easily understood by the public and consistent with each other, which I think that kind of review hasn't occurred in a number of years, speaking Mr. Jaster. So we'll tackle that early next week and hopefully have that with D of A as quickly as possible, because those regulations need to be adopted by August in order or in time for the deer season, which kicks off in September. So does the commission have any questions for me?
On any of them?
Yes, any of them or any of the regs?
Any questions from the commission?
Yeah. So let's just go down the list here. Camping fees on hold for 2648. So are we doing an economic impact study? What's going on with that?
That one doesn't require an economic impact study. We know based on we have sufficient camping data. I'll just tell you that when we ran through the numbers, each individual change to that camping fee regulation puts us over the $200,000 per year threshold. So that regulation is going to require a ratification process, which we are discussing internally in the agency.
So why does it say on hold per House Bill 2648?
That's just my shorthand for needing ratification.
Okay.
House Bill 2648 was the one. Perhaps I should put parentheses 2024. That was the HB 2648, not this prior legislation, but the one before that, which imposed that $1 million over 5-year requirement.
Right, $200,000 a year.
Correct.
And so this the camping fees do not need that.
It does need ratification because it does have at least $200,000 per year. It imposes at least $200,000 in compliance costs per year for at least 5 years.
Correct. And so we are in the process of doing an economic impact study, or we're just saying it does?
We're saying it does because we have pretty good camping data on our licensing fees. That's easy enough for us to ascertain. The problem there, unlike the next one, I'm assuming you were going to reference, isn't the inability to collect the data. It's that we know the data and that it puts us over the threshold number. And so we're trying to assess how we want to go forward with ratification.
Okay.
Before you move on, Commissioner, I wanted to offer a comment on camping fees. I've received some communication that I don't believe is new to the commission, perhaps some of you here, or at least predecessors, about concerns with long-term camping, whether it's RV situation, cabin situation, that is in competition to the private sector. And I think that is an issue that the legislature pays attention to as well. And I from what I understand, the commission has made changes to address that. And it seems like perhaps that's in a good place right now, but I just think that's something that we have to be mindful for about publicly subsidized opportunities that are in conflict with the private sector, because they do have influence in the legislative process as well. So with that, back to you.
And I agree. I've heard the same concerns, and I do have those same concerns myself. So, okay, non-resident waterfowl hunting. You didn't think I'd bring that up, did you?
I knew you would.
All right. Well, can you give us any updates on?
You know, we have a very concise response at this point. The department is looking forward to other opportunities for tackling this issue, but we have nothing else prepared at this moment.
So as a new commissioner, how do we start that process?
Well, so, you know, the regulation is still sitting here before us, but of course, as you know, there was a legislative process, and that puts us in kind of a tricky situation here. I don't want to go beyond my bounds where I'm at today. All I can say again, Commissioner, is that going forward, we're looking at ways to address this problem through the agency. That's all I can say right now.
Fair enough. So my thinking about how this would proceed was that we would actually, and I don't know if this is the case or not, but that we would actually look at a set of regulations that other states have used to control non-resident waterfowl. And I know there are a number of states. I know there were 13 bills before the Oklahoma legislature this year that concerned non-resident waterfowl. I'm not sure which one they actually arrived at. I have not looked that up. But I thought that the process would be that we would have a public forum and have folks kind of weigh in on a series of these non-resident waterfowl regulations that other states had done. And I may be totally out there in la la land on that, but that's what I thought we were going to be doing.
And I'll certainly defer to Mr. Chairman and the commission on how you want to conduct your meetings and how you want to gather information. I fully defer to you.
Speaking for myself personally, I would agree with what Commissioner Carpenter talked about. We talked about this extensively in the legislative process. It seems that, in my opinion, some of the critics of what was in front of the legislature did not recognize or appreciate what other states have done in this regard, because we were not an island for that particular piece of legislation or regulation. we are seeing increased pressure and perhaps some of that is because people are being forced out of other states that have been ahead of us in adopting these kinds of regulations or restrictions on non-residents. So it would be helpful for me to see what surrounding states have done, or perhaps even from Canada to Texas. That seems to be our flyway. And compare to what we have in Kansas, which is, we don't have anything, to what other states have done. And then perhaps give some consideration to a discussion of what best practices are, or what we're seeing in other states that we like. And I know some commissioners here have gone down this path before, and certainly staff has. But it's something that I feel the people who come to our meetings every couple of months would like to see this addressed, and would like to see us continue to try to put something that is acceptable to the critics and to people, even residents and non-residents alike.
Mr. Chair, if I may, Stuart Schrog, Deputy Secretary. Yeah, I mean, that's something that we can sure do, is kind of regroup per se. I know there's a lot of new commissioners present, and again, this was a multi-year project that this agency undertook. And so what we can do is give an overview of what that process looked like. That includes what surrounding states were doing that we researched and consulted with, what other options we looked at, whether it be lottery draws or day restrictions or other regulations that we have discussed that would help and has proven to help impact pressure on our public wetlands, such as 5 a.m. entry rules, boating restrictions, things like that. There's still things that we have in our tool belt, but maybe an overview of that cycle, that history, that timeline, and all the things that were involved with that up to this point would be a good refresher, and also educational as to what, we have looked at, why the 3-day was the ultimate decision, and then we can move forward from there.
I would appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner?
So I sent this to you, Kurt, some of the data that I had gathered from 6 other states and what they've done. And I kind of thought we might discuss that today, but I would certainly like to discuss that in the future, do some research, have the department do some research about what other states are doing in regard to non-residents. Anyway.
Yes, and Commissioner, I'm happy to do that research and address those questions that you have. I know you raised it with me shortly before the meeting here, but as the Deputy Secretary mentioned, I think we're just kind of trying to see where we're at on the issue at the moment.
Thank you.
You have further comments that you're going down the list? Commissioner Carpenter, have you covered everything you wanted to?
Yes, I'm fine. I got off track. And
Commissioner Cross.
Point of clarification, either from Commissioner Carpenter or Curtis. So this is currently in Senate Bill 213, is that correct?
No, it was moved to, I believe, HB 2028. That's part of the problem with the lag of when we approved put the agenda out, and then we reached today. So no, it was in 213, moved to 2028 at some point, combined with other bills.
So with that being said, can you articulate the process for this then? Will this, my question in short, will this be handled by the legislature or this commission?
So
maybe not short then, huh?
No, well, I suppose I would just ask the 115-8-26 was on hold because of HB 2648. So it was frozen in time for that reason. Now going forward, I know this is a stock answer from a lawyer, but I can't give you an answer right now. All I can say is that we're discussing it internally. We're not prepared to give an answer at the moment.
Yes, sir.
In follow-up to Commissioner Cross's question, I mean, obviously, there's an appetite for it. The legislature, the department for a long time, the comments from the public seem to overwhelmingly, there's a big appetite out there. My question is now that the legislature gave it their shot, governor vetoed it, is this an issue that the commission can solve if the secretary puts it on the agenda for discussion? Can we solve this within the agency if the secretary pushes this forward and we open it up for specific discussion?
Well, solving, can never,
Resolving, maybe solving isn't the right word,
Well-
but maybe resolving or pushing it forward. Is it something we can do as a commission with the secretary's guidance?
are you talking about the precise language of the regulation
No,
itself? Or
No,
just-
I'm talking about what really Commissioner Carpenter started the discussion with as far as different ways that we might be able to do this. And I think even the deputy secretary indicated that there's a lot of different ways that the agencies looked at, from draws to limits on boats or time and so on and so forth, bring it all to the forefront for discussion, coming up with some sort of a consensus among the commission, and then let the secretary make a determination as to maybe a new regulation.
We can certainly look at each idea. I will say that the HB 2648 from 2024 with that $200,000 a year limit does put I wouldn't say a hamper, but it does put limits on not just us, every state agency and how they adopt regulations. So it's very hard to give you a direct answer on whether we can resolve this issue simply through regulation. I think there are regulations that have small enough economic impacts that we can move forward with, but each proposal will have to look at specifically to try to assess, or at least get a good idea of what that economic impact would be and whether we could move it through the regulatory process with or without ratification.
And I guess there would be a benefit maybe too, if the commission came to some sort of a consensus, even if it was above that financial threshold, that it might give Commissioner Carpenter in his day job a little bit of ability to push that. I mean, if the commission believed this would be the right thing, the secretary believed that some form of change would be the right thing, maybe that'll help our legislature and then maybe even the governor to sort this out at a level above us.
Certainly, I would say certainly to the fact that the commission is free to take this whatever direction they want and whatever strategy the commission itself wants to take in these discussions is fully within your control.
Can we put that on the agenda then? I think the original question from Commissioner was, what's the next step we can do? Is that putting it on the agenda for next time?
I'd have to speak with the secretary to receive his blessing, but I suppose if if we want to include it as a discussion item, I think my instant reaction would be that would be fine, but we'll see what kind of form that discussion takes.
There seems to be a consensus to perhaps take a look at this at our next meeting, and I think the secretary could take notice of that, and if that's something that he thinks would make the
Mr. Chair.
majority of the people on this commission happy, he might do that, but. I'll
Mr. Chair,
defer
the
to
secretary's got his hands up.
Make the public happy too.
Go ahead, Mr. Secretary.
Commissioners, yes, I agree with you. I mean, based on, what we've heard, where we are today, I think Stuart brings up a good point. It would be a good opportunity to kind of do a recap on how did we get here to this point. And I think it's also a good opportunity to look at what the other states are doing around. I think you can look forward to that, providing, I think we've got room on the agenda, and Kirk, correct me if I'm wrong, but if we do, I think it would serve us well to further discussions so that we can get on one accord as to, how we should move forward, whether it means we have to ratify a new regulation or maybe even look at how do we increase the limits for ratification through the legislature.
Thank you. Commissioner Carpenter, follow up.
Thank you for this. And just, I'll speak freely here as far as the legislative part. Obviously, if it's over $200,000 worth of economic impact and it's $1 million over 5 years, obviously this, I don't know of any non-resident waterfowl plan that in fact would fall under that guideline. So dealing with what we dealt with in the legislature with Senate Bill 213, which was what came out of the commission in the past, which was a 3-day limit. My deal is if you do the same thing again, you're going to get the same results. So we're back to the drawing board, and I would never propose anything that was not publicly commented on by the commission and by our public for a period of time until the next legislative session. So as far as I'm concerned, I don't know what happened with the 3-day. I don't even know where it came from, but the legislature spoke pretty clear that that was not going to happen. So, and the governor vetoed it, and the House barely got it passed, and the Senate passed it 40-0. But so given that, we have to look for alternatives. And one of the biggest alternatives that I heard from the folks in the House that talked about it was that we were excluding non-residents. So Arkansas has done some, others have done some where they have done a higher fee for non-residents, and that's taken the numbers down, but not excluded anybody if they wanted to pay $200 for a non-resident stamp. So that argument is what I would like to get off the table, is that we're excluding non-residents. We're not, if we went a direction that was not excluding them, that was costing more, it would take, I think, take the argument out and the bill would pass the legislature. So that's where I come from, and I'd like to move as fast as we can to have public comment on some regulation by next session.
And speaking personally as well, I think if something ends up ultimately having to be done in the legislative process, the fact that the Wildlife and Parks Commission has hearings on the matter and brings out public comments, I think can be helpful in that process as well. So, Curtis, anything more?
Nothing further from me.
Okay, little warning here. We're going to go to general public comments, and then I'm going to follow into Secretary Kennedy's comments, and we'll take a break. So that's where we're at right now. Those of you or anyone who would like to make public comments, please come forward, identify yourself, and let us know what's on your mind. Yes, sir. We have a volunteer coming this way.
Hello there. My name is Todd Dutton. I live over by Elk City. I emailed all of you at one time about night vision. I'm 60 years old and have been hunting critters all that time. I also have a permit, a nuisance control permit for the state of Kansas, that I fill out a survey every year, how many coyotes I get and how many things I trap to help out other people. The night vision, well, I remember, I'm so old that I remember coyote hunting used to be, people did it in airplanes in the late 60s. We also had cyanide poisoning that people would put out to kill coyotes back then, and they got out of that. I remember when deer season, you couldn't use CB radios whenever it was rifle season in Kansas. You couldn't use CB radios to kill or to hunt coyotes in because they were afraid you would say, hey, here's a deer, get ready to shoot it. The different things that have happened now with coyote hunting, I lost about 4,000 acres that I used to hunt last year because of the night vision now, because the people are leasing it out to out-of-state hunters to come in and shoot. Used to be, I used to, matter of fact, my dad, my grandpa used to coon hunt and bobcat hunt all around here, Indian Creek, around this area. I used to coon hunt a lot also, but I had to quit because every bit of land has got purple paint around it. It's got deer feeders, and then the coons go in there and eat the feed, and my dogs would go in and tree, and then I would be on candid camera. I was a teacher for 28 years, and I had to quit coon hunting because I didn't think that was a very good example if I got arrested for trespassing. So I do not coon hunt anymore. I hunt in 6 counties. A lot of the hunting that I have is I have to wait till after deer season in order to hunt. So sometimes I have to wait till with the extended doe season. I think what it went to like the 15th or something of January, whatever it was. I couldn't hunt some of the land until that was over. And then some of that land, those guys that are deer hunting, then they come back for the night vision, the out-of-state guys. Let's see. Oh, one of my neighbors, he does night vision, and he also lets me coyote hunt, so we work together. Somebody was telling me that you guys are thinking about extending the night vision till June or August or something like that. A friend of mine just showed a picture a couple of weeks ago of 6 pup coyotes that were already born, and they were outside, and he took a picture of it. And think about that, shooting, a female with 6 pups. What's that going to do? I mean, that's going to wipe out all the pups and plus the female. Let's see. All the other hunting, waterfowl and deer hunting, you have a certain time when you can hunt them. From dusk till dark, and there's certain times you can go in there. And now there's people out there shooting high-powered guns with silencers and stuff all the time, at night. And there's no regulations on that. So that's a big change. Used to be coon hunting. Back in the 70s, you could use a short, then it went up to a long, now you can shoot a long rifle. I don't know if it's legal now that coon hunting season is year round. If I can shine coyote, or shine coons, is that illegal? Game warden back there. I don't know if you can do that. I know it was illegal for me to take a spotlight out into a hay meadow and then turn my dogs out on it. That's illegal because you're not supposed to be without the lights. Now we have the night vision. This kind of fun thing. I don't know if you guys knew that General Custer, when he was stationed in Kansas, he had greyhounds and wolfhounds. Matter of fact, he went wolf hunting on the day before the Little Bighorn. He should have went hunting instead of going in the fight that he got. But anyway, I don't know, the way the season is, to me would be the best because the trappers, the night vision, and the guys with dogs, we all have to get along in order to be able to have hunting. But if you extend it, then that's going to be more coyotes. I know from about the middle of February to the end of March when we quit, man, it's hard to find a coyote around where I hunt. You couldn't jump any, there wasn't any. And there was a lot of people around that were shooting them and trapping them also. One of the guys was talking about back there about the big pile of geese. Some of the out-of-state guys come in, and there's a post that a guy in a day and a half, a group of guys, had a big pile, had them laid out, 71 coyotes. Over by Elk City where I live, a couple of years ago, guys had a whole pickup full, not 7 or 8, but they had a whole pickup full of the ones they shot. And, for guys like me, my dad, he's 80 years old. He's here today too. We go out and we go usually hunting 2 days a week. And that impacts I was gonna say also that we spend about $1,500 a year on feed. We spend $600 to $800, excuse me, $60 to $80 a month on, or excuse me, a weekend on gas when we're hunting. So we're helping out the state of Kansas with the money that we're spending. Besides how much dogs cost. But letting all these out-of-state guys come in, I mean, when you drive around in this area, you wouldn't believe how much purple paint and the signs they put up. I don't know who they voted for as president or not, but they put up signs, do not trespass. Violators will be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. They might buy 100 acres or whatever, and they put purple all around. It's ridiculous. And that guy was saying, the regular hunters, I have 5 acres. I'm glad that I have that 5 acres, but I also like to hunt. And if you let all the out-of-state guys come in and buy up the land, or have the outfitters, man, that just for the common person, we don't hardly have any hunting. So anyway, thank you for your time and thank you for what you guys do.
Thank you for your comments, Todd. We have questions for Todd. Thank you so much. We have other public comments from the audience. You can, at this point in time, I think you can make your comments on night hunting if you would like. We will have, if there's a regulation proposed to us from the secretary, there will be formal hearings on that regulation, at which point in time that would kind of be the appropriate time. Do you agree with that, Curtis?
Yeah, there will be time for public comment on that subject later on in the workshop session.
How about that? Okay. Anyone else from? Yes, sir. Mike.
Yeah, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but on this non-resident bill, let's just do a reality check. On July 1st, 2024, with the $200,000 economic impact bill went into effect, that basically killed the original commission bill. I think we can all agree that. We had been in that process for 2 years. It was sitting on Kobach's desk, which is step 5 out of a 10-step process to get that to be voted on to the commission. So my question is, why was it not grandfathered in? And if we could spend more time on trying to get that grandfathered in, saying, hey, we were 2 years into the process and the new July 1st economic should not, be against that bill. It was 2 years into the process on step 5 on Kobach's desk. If we can get where it says, let's get grandfathered in, spend time on that, this bill will be passed in 3 months.
I'd say statute trumps regulation.
Yeah.
If I may, just a point of clarification, because I do have this nice spreadsheet here. The non-resident waterfowl. Oh, no, that is correct. I'm sorry. I was mistaken on my timing. Ignore it. Please ignore my comment.
Hard to do, Curtis. Hard to do. Anyone else from the audience here? Okay, do we have anyone online, Jason?
We do have a couple online.
Very good.
Mr. Spore, I'm going to ask you to unmute.
Hey, good afternoon. I guess for the commissioners that are new here, and somebody might, Stuart, you might correct me, when the first time we brought up the non-resident issue, it was during COVID, so I don't know whether it was 2019 or 2020. Stuart, do you remember when we first brought this to the attention of the agency?
Yeah, Stuart Shrog, Deputy Secretary. This was being discussed internally as far back as 2019, and then 2020, COVID year, facilitated greater discussion. I'd have to go back and look at the timeline that I developed, which I do have, but just not at the ready today. I believe in January of 2021 is when we officially gave a presentation to the commission as to what, was being looked at. But don't quote me on that, but I can reference my timeline and get back with you.
No, I think that's where we needed to get, was the start line of when we started it. And then the first comment from paid staff and the secretary was it was due to COVID. That the influx of non-residents was due to COVID, and then it was going to clear out. Canada had stopped letting people in. And then apparently in 2021, it became reality that non-resident pressure on public lands wasn't going to end. And then once we started that, we started the process that you guys apparently are wanting to revisit. And I guess the whole reason I want to talk to you is we've already been down that road. We've already went through it all. Everybody had their idea of what was the right way to manage the pressure, and paid staff had multiple meetings with their waterfowl people and their managers, and they came up with the 3 days. The Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday was paid staff's idea. And then here comes the economic impact study that we couldn't seem to get done. And I want to ask paid staff, there's something that has always kind of been in the back of my mind, that statistics show that the average non-resident waterfowl hunter hunts 3 days a year in Kansas. Is that true or false?
So on public lands, I'm not sure what it is, but on statewide, it's about 14 or about 7 days on average. The average person hunts in Kansas. That's residents versus non-residents. Our state wildlife areas, I can take a second and find out.
Yeah, 3 years ago, the statistic was 3 days per non-resident. So if today the average non-resident spends 7 days hunting in Kansas, and we give them Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday for almost 10 weeks, that's 30 days that we're giving them an opportunity to hunt. So what's the economic impact study look like at that point? I guess I don't understand why the commission voted that they wanted to adopt this regulation, and then we got held up by an economic impact study. Curtis, why can't we just go do an economic impact study and use the 7 days, and we're giving them 30? Why can't we go do an economic impact study and pass it within the commission?
So the bill talks about compliance costs with the regulatory proposal. So it's not necessarily looking at the benefit that's conferred upon non-residents under the new regime. It's the change from the old regulation to the new regulation and the number of days lost there. The HB 2648 does not allow state agencies to offset costs, compliance costs associated with the new regulation with economic benefits, perceived economic benefits. I would say here that the problem isn't the lack of an economic study here. It's that a new bill was passed, and that's what stopped this regulation in its process. And as Mr. Chairman mentioned, regulations or statutes trump regulations, and that's the law we have to operate within.
Well, I guess at the end of the day, it's already 2025, 2026 hunting season. We've lost our residents. It's pretty much over with. I made the statement a couple years ago in a commission meeting that if you think I'm going to vote to sell one more hotel room, or vote for the resource and the residents of Kansas, you'd be wrong. Because it's all about the dollar signs. We proved that when we started talking about baiting deer and the punishment the commission took at that point. Everybody that had $1 at stake got to come to the table and present their dollar. And that's exactly what's happened with non-residents. Is everybody that stands to make $1 gets a seat at the table, and everybody that's just a resident that wants to go hunt public hunting doesn't get a seat at the table. It's just extremely disappointing that we're here, and it's just we're wanting to reinvent the wheel. How long is that going to take? You know, we've already lost what we've got. So I guess if I left you with anything, it'd be the new number is, and that's because there's more people coming. The number used to be the average non-resident waterfowl hunter hunted 3 days in Kansas. And the new number is the average non-resident waterfowl hunter hunts 7 days in Kansas a year. And I guess I'll leave you with that. But we're not trying to protect the average non-resident waterfowl hunter. We're trying to protect us against the 10% that hunt half or more of the season on public lands. Thanks for your time, and I appreciate your service. Thank you.
Thank you, Troy. Jason, we have anyone else online?
Yes, we have Mr. Moorhead. I'm going to ask you to unmute.
All right, I think I should be able to be heard now.
You can.
Awesome. Hello, everyone. My name is Mitchell Moorhead, and I'm a lifelong resident of the state of Kansas. I'm here today to kind of echo basically everything that Mr. Spore just said, and just to reiterate again. I'm here to express my discontent with the inaction of our state's government and refusing to pass the non-resident waterfowl hunting restrictions found in multiple bills this year left in limbo in the legislative process. And just to confirm that the commission does have a plan to pursue implementation of regulations such as this in the future, because inaction on this will put Kansans last. I ask because myself, as well as countless other residents of this state, are being quite literally pushed out and off of public lands as a result of overcrowding by non-residents, and the problem will only get worse. According to an article published by the KC Star on the 9th of January of this year, Kansas ranked 49th out of 50th in the country in terms of percentage area of overall public land, with a whopping 1.9% of our state's acreage being dedicated to use by the public, which is not totally dedicated all to waterfowl areas either. We simply do not have the resources to sustain public land waterfowl hunting if the out-of-state crowds are not restricted in some way. It is not an uncommon sight for me, living where I do, to see a dozen or more vehicles in wetland parking lots, all from states across the country, from anywhere but Kansas, and it's become more and more obvious year after year. Limited land availability aside, the natural resources are also bearing the brunt of this ridiculous pressure. As time has gone on in Kansas, has become more and more overran by non-resident waterfowl hunters on our public grounds. Those who have hunted the state for any duration of time have noticed distinct changes in migratory waterfowl behavior that directly affects the ability of Kansas residents to have successful harvests in the field. Having that many hunters 7 days a week squeezed and crammed into small wetlands intended to harbor wildlife and give them a place to utilize for food sources and rest during their migration is only doing a disservice to the species. Enacting a restriction on out-of-state hunting will directly reduce this pressure on these lands and allow migratory birds to better use the area for their immediate needs. The members of the government who oppose this measure have absolutely zero idea the problems public land hunters face week after week, and their decision to not act puts their own residents last yet again. I am fearful that the inaction on this bill will result in this regulation being thrown aside and being forgotten about while the majority of residents seem to be in great favor of it. Leaving it behind would be a great disservice to Kansas waterfowl hunters. It is sounding like, per the discussion today, there is still work to be done here, and I want to make my voice heard to ensure that this work will continue, as we cannot get left behind and continue to be overran as other states start putting their own residents first. I'd like to close with this. Rules on residents, such as entry time laws, further boat restrictions, and especially draws, are definitely not the answer here. Rules directly related to the problem, the out-of-staters, are. And I also agree with the discussion prior to public comments opening. The board would be very, very wise to hear public comment on these issues in any certain forum, whether that be the next meeting or however the board decides to do it. Residents overall seem to be ridiculously in favor of this and just want to see something done. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Mitchell.
Mr. Chair?
Comment?
Yeah, I have a quick question of Commissioner Carpenter, just for clarification. So if I understand correctly, the bill in question passed the Senate? True?
Right.
And then it passed the House?
Narrowly,
But it did.
it did.
And so then for those that maybe missed civics lessons, so then why isn't it law?
Because the governor vetoed it.
Oh, okay. So basically, the bill passed the Kansas legislature. So the comments that said the legislators weren't doing their job or unhappy because the bill didn't pass, it did in fact pass, and the governor vetoed it. True?
It did.
And then, just so there's no mistake, I think it was a unanimous consent among the board that there is an appetite to do something here. I mean, the public perception that maybe this is dead and gone because the governor vetoed it. I don't think that's true. I don't want the public to think that, because I think the chairman indicated that he wanted it. I think Mr. Secretary indicated that he wanted to get it on the agenda. I mean, this is Mr. Moorhead and Mr. former Commissioner Sporer. I mean, this is an issue that we all recognize needs something done. And our hope is that if we can't get it done here, that we can do enough fact finding that then when it goes back to the legislature, that they'll have more information that'll help this thing pass. And then maybe even the governor will have some additional information and understand, the facts, the science, and then what her constituents want out of this deal. So I don't think this is dead and gone at all.
No, so you're correct in every way. So my deal is that to override the governor, we need 84 votes. We were 20 short. So my thinking is that we knock down the domino, so to speak, and craft a better bill that does the same thing that we can address. Many of the House members that were against it were concerned about the economic impact of the non-resident folks in their communities. I'm just stating what they said. And the governor, in her statement of vetoing it, that she would not sign any bill that hurt economically the small communities that survived or made money off of waterfowl. So with that, knowing that that's the problem, I think there are better ways to address this and not say, non-residents can only come Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday, but in fact, they can come anytime they want. And I'm just going to say one of the premier places in the nation for waterfowl is Arkansas, and they have a series of permits that you can buy. It's $200 and you can hunt 30 days. I think they have a 7-day permit, but all those have to be used consecutively. And so that's how they've been able to limit their non-resident waterfowl down there. And by that analogy, we would not be keeping the non-residents out. And as many of us know that we hunt, we will pay good money to go other places and do that. So that's my thinking on the legislative process, is that we've got to look at it and knock down the dominoes so that I'm not concerned about the Senate. They passed it 40-0, but 65-59 in the House. I need another 20 votes. And if I can get that by knocking down the dominoes of not allowing non-residents interstate, but allowing us to control that by charging more, is where I'm looking at it. And I'm not done with this by any means. This is top priority for me before the next session. And that's kind of why I raised the questions of staff, is that this is a big thing and we need to get it and get it right and get it past the legislature.
Yeah, my last comment is I thought you made that really clear, and I think the commission did as well, and the chairman did as well. I just wanted to make sure the public understood that we're not satisfied with nothing here.
No.
We have another former commissioner here. Welcome. Come to the microphone and identify. Please.
Thank you, Lauren Sill, Hutchinson, Kansas. I think before you proceed with any discussions that you should have the history, the timeline, and the 100+ options that staff considered and things that they brought forward. So that would be my first encouragement is to look at what was discussed so you're not starting at square one. Number two, I really don't think that it needs to be a better bill. I think there needs to be public education. The governor vetoed this, and even the comments that were excluding non-residents. Non-residents under that proposed bill can hunt 7 days a week in Kansas. They can hunt 7 days a week on public land. The only place where they're restricted is waterfowl on public land. And when you really look at what is still available, it's a very, very small sliver. And you're talking about less than 400,000 acres that we're asking non-residents to not be on those 4 days a week. They can still come. No one was excluded. That did not exclude a single non-resident. Unfortunately, we did not do a good job of educating our legislators. They did not understand that. They thought, oh, you're going to keep them completely out. No, it's a waterfowl, public land, not private land. This potentially benefited outfitters by opening up more private land demand. There's lots of positive things that would have come for that, plus showing some deference and respect for Kansas hunters and what we contribute to the economy, because that isn't part of the conversation. So one, we need to do a better job of educating our legislators, and that's on us as hunters, and it's on the agency to do better at educating. It was unsubstantiated speculative claims of non-hunting interests that was behind the governor's veto. We didn't educate well. The bill doesn't need to be better. It's going to be hard to make it better. What will exclude non-residents, because it would exclude me, is making hunting only for the rich. To exclude the average person because I can't afford it is wrong. So much for the democracy of hunting. It's only a democracy if you're rich. Do not put that on the bill or on the table. We can't exclude people because of their economic status. The average person needs to be able to have some opportunity. I'm sorry, I don't mean that quite so directly at you, Mr. Carpenter, but it hits home to me to be excluded by not being wealthy. It's already bad enough for all the other access. And now we're going to do it to the non-residents. No, we want them to come. We just want a balance that respects our residents and a balance that respects our resources and the opportunity to share with our friends, our relatives, people we don't know that want to come to hunt in Kansas. But excluding them via how much they can spend is not the way to do it, even though it might be more palatable in Topeka. Thanks.
Thank you, Lauren. Commissioner?
I would take exception of you saying that I'm not average as far as that goes.
No, me, I'm average. My husband's a retired teacher. I work 4 days a week for my local school district.
And I'm
We
average too.
can't do that.
And I am very concerned about the future of hunting in our state. I've got grandkids coming up. I understand a lot of things about this.
Again, I apologize. My point is that raising fees to limit who comes is not fair. It does exclude people. It excludes the people. If that was why I couldn't go hunt in Wyoming, they're going to raise the rates because they don't want me to come. It'll work because I can't afford it. I'm not saying you're not average. I'm saying that raising rates to only allow the wealthier to go isn't the way to do it.
Thank you, Lauren.
I would just add to Mr. Carpenter's comment in response. I think she made a good point that we do need to see the path from start to now. But, I think the mixture that we're going to have to find here is we do want to promote Kansas hunting for Kansas residents and not lose sight that that's probably our top priority. And for out-of-staters to come hunt in Kansas, it's not a right, but a privilege, in my opinion. And when I go by an elk tag in Utah or New Mexico, they're pretty daggum proud of those tags down there. And so they fill them every year. So I don't think we can equate pricing out the average guy from California or Arkansas to pricing out a Kansas resident, because what we're trying to find is this is our state, this is our resource, and it's our job to shepherd the Kansas resource and make it available for Kansans at the cheapest price without excluding out-of-staters. But the out-of-staters that come are going to have to pay more than their fair share for the privilege, in my opinion. I agree with Mr. Carpenter on this. There's a balance there somewhere, but I think Mr. Carpenter's comments were very close to accurate on some of the things that we ought to be looking at, my opinion.
I'd make two brief comments. Number one, I think it's safe to say that the commission has this on its radar. It has our attention, and it's something we want to see resolved. I think there's a unanimous consensus for that. So, appreciate the comments, but we're there with the people in that position. Number two, it is an educational issue, in particular with the Kansas legislature, and that's where the messaging will need to happen in 2026. Representative Carpenter might have a different number, but I would say there might be 15 hunters in the entire Kansas legislature, maybe 20 out of 165. A lot of them don't understand it at all. And it's a problem. So, and so we have to do a better job of educating them why it is important, the things we're trying to do. So with that, do we have anyone else online, Jason?
Well, Troy and Mitchell both raise their hands again if you would like to have them comment.
Briefly, please. I promised a break a half hour ago. So, yes.
Troy, I'm going to ask you to unmute.
Yeah, my question is did we ever get approval from the state legislature to raise our fees? Or are we still on lockdown as far as how much we can charge? I guess that's a question for Curtis or the secretary.
We currently have a regulation in place to raise our trout fee and offer. Oh, are you referring in regards to the waterfowl stamp?
Yeah, I'm just, there was at one time, you guys, Emery, you might help here a little bit. We were asking the legislature to raise all our fees across the board. Did that ever happen? Are we even able to raise our waterfowl fees if we wanted to? Is that even possible?
I believe we're at our statutory cap on the waterfowl fees, and the distinction that HB 2028 was going to make between non-resident and resident was included in that bill that didn't make it through. So
Correct.
we're left with where we're at currently.
So we currently can't raise our fees for non-residents if we wanted to.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, Mitchell, I'm gonna ask you to unmute.
Hello, everybody. I basically was just going to echo exactly what Mr. Sporer just said. We currently have no ability to raise those prices, even if we so desired. And in my humble opinion, after looking, and I know several people from several different states, talked to them online, met several in person, hunted with several in person. The difference in price, I don't think is going to be the restriction, or not a restriction, but is not going to limit out of staters in the way that I think we think it will. People will still pay the higher price, even if that higher price makes its way through all the different hoops that we have to jump through to even be able to do that. I just wanted to share that comment before we closed up public comments again, just for the consideration of the committee. And again, to thank you all for your time and service.
Thank you. Any additional, Jason?
That is it.
Mr. Secretary, you want to go now?
I can certainly go now, or we can take a break and come back and just kick it right off with me. It's certainly up
If
to
you,
you,
if you
Mr.
don't mind,
Chairman.
why don't we take a break? We've been at it for 2 hours and I'll turn people loose for 10 minutes. And we're in Elk County. 10 minutes means 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, if we can start coming back to our seats, we'll get this, the second quarter going. We have to be out of here by 10 PM.
That's what I.
We're missing one commissioner, but we're about ready to go.
Speaking from experience.
Thank you.
Jason, I think we have Secretary Kennedy online.
Yes, he is.
And we're at the point in the agenda for the secretary's remarks. Welcome, Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and commissioners and members of the public. I have a set of prepared remarks for you, but I would be remiss if I didn't at least provide a few comments in light of the conversation that we had. And I think the first thing I want everybody to remember, this topic is not dead and gone. We have to continue to keep up the good fight. But there are a couple of things that I think we ought to be discussing. And yet, while we've struggled with our migratory waterfowl, getting it past water regulation, I think overall we need to be talking about how long does it take to move any given regulation through our regulatory process or through the legislature. I think historically, it typically took us 6 to 8 months to get regulations through. Now, as we're seeing some regulations take up to 3 years, it's not uncommon for a regulation to take 2 years to get through the process. And we've got to be a little bit more nimble than that, whether we're talking about moving our regulations through the regulatory process, through our commission, or through the legislature. The other part that as we talk about the conflict between non-residents and residents. And while we all know this conflict exists, we cannot ignore the reality that we just don't have enough public land to get around everybody. And it was mentioned earlier, but we all need to remember we are last in the nation as it pertains to having public lands to hunt and fish within our state. It's something that concerns me greatly. I was just at a recent meeting where I talked about access and how, as a hunter, as an angler, throughout my life, access, depending on what state I lived in, truly impacted the activities that I participated in. And so we can't deny that access is driving activities here in our own state. And we need to really begin having a conversation, not only among ourselves, not only with our commission, but also with the legislature. How do we obtain more access to exploit for our hunters and anglers to exploit in the state of Kansas? The other thing that I wanted to touch on is that there were comments about the legislature and how much interaction occurred with the legislature. And I can honestly say, we spent a lot of time over at the Capitol this year. And I think we plan to spend even more time. That time is warranted, it's needed, and part of our jobs. And so we take it seriously. We'll continue to engage with our legislature as we, as Representative Carpenter, Commissioner Carpenter, I saw his hand go up. There are probably 5 legislators that actually hunt and fish. And so the need to do massive education over at the legislature is needed. And we do have plans to do our part, and we'll continue to do our part working over at the Capitol. However, it's not just us. It's not just the agency. We need the commission's help to do this effectively. We need the public's help to do this effectively. And And so I would like to encourage everybody to engage in those processes over at the legislature so that we can ultimately shape what conservation looks like within the state of Kansas. All right, now that I've provided those comments, I wanted to jump into some comments that I prepared for you all. It's that time of year where fishing, turkey hunting, and morel hunting are at the top of my mind. I've already had a few chances to get out on the water, catch a breeze, feel the tug of the line, and the rush of excitement when a walleye bites, in my case this year. And I'd like to encourage you all to also get out and enjoy these wonderful opportunities. Wanted to talk a little bit about, this lifelong hobby that I've had of fishing has afforded me many benefits. Excellent times with family and friends, food on many occasions, adventures and connections to the outdoors. I hope you all are taking advantage and taking the opportunity to pass down or create some of your own treasured family fishing traditions. I took advantage when my daughters were young, and they not only learned how to fish, but they also learned the art of patience, persistence, confidence, responsibility, and an inspired respect for wildlife. And now I'm so grateful to be here in Kansas and witness how these traditions continue to thrive for so many others. Seeing the passion and dedication of the next generation reassures me that the legacy of outdoor sports will continue for years to come. Growing public engagement, especially with the youth, is one of my highest priorities as Secretary of the Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks. That's why I'm pleased to announce that I've issued orders to establish June 7th and June 8th as free fishing days in Kansas. On those days, anyone can fish by legal means without a fishing license. Also, I've signed orders designating May 3rd as a free entrance day to all of our Kansas state parks, along with several additional free days at specific parks. All of these dates will be posted on our website at ksoutdoors.com this afternoon. Encourage everyone to take advantage of these opportunities to enjoy Kansas's incredible natural resources, whether you cast a line, hike a trail, take a turkey, picnic on a beach, or simply appreciate the beauty of nature. These days are meant to inspire connection with your family, friends, and the great outdoors. I look forward to working with you, commissioners, our staff, and the people of Kansas to nurture the bond between our and the natural spaces that we cherish. Having said that, I will turn it back over to you, Mr. Chairman, if I don't have any questions to address.
Thank you, Secretary Kennedy. Are there questions for the Secretary from the Commission? Thank you all, sir. We're now to general discussion workshop session. I think Tom is up first with Kansas duck zones. Thank you, Tom.
Again, thank you, Chair, Commissioners, and guests. This will be the second workshop session regarding Kansas's duck zones and split options. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service considers states' requests to change their duck zones and split options every 5 years, with the current window to change Kansas's zone structure or season dates open until August 1st. Selection of any new zone structure or boundary changes would first be utilized beginning in the 2026-27 season and continue to the 2030-31 season. So what are zones and splits? Zoning is the establishment of independent seasons in 2 or more areas within a state. Splits are the division of the season into 1 or more segments in a given zone. The purpose of zones and splits are to provide equitable distribution of harvest opportunities. Zoning and splits enhances the state's ability to match season dates with available habitat types, migration chronology, and season preferences of duck hunters for a specific area. The federal frameworks provide the sideboards on how states can structure their zone and split configurations. First, zones must be continuous, so we cannot have satellite areas. Zones can be utilized for the regular duck season, so this would not include September teal season. In addition, the High Plains unit would not be eligible for reconfiguration in this process. Again, zone boundaries would be set for 5 years. Zoning and split configurations must fit into one of four options. Currently, Kansas is operating under number 3 with our early, late, and southeast zone, which each has 2 segments. The High Plains stands as a separate unit since 1972. So why have zones and splits that create this regulatory complexity? Physiographical diverse states like Kansas have added difficulty in selecting season dates that will accommodate the variety of hunted duck species. So think of early versus late migrating duck behavior and ecology, and hunting styles. Again, think of the various as shallow marsh hunting versus briny fields versus deep water reservoirs. Being a mid-latitude state, Kansas also has a vast span of migratory and wintering periods. Waterfowl migration in Kansas begins in late August, early September, and continues well into December. Kansas also serves as a wintering terminus for a variety of waterfowl species, especially for geese and mallards. Although zoning creates complexity, it does allow flexibility in maximizing opportunity. Zoning and splits enhances the ability to match season dates with available habitat types, migration chronology, and season preferences of duck hunters for that specific area. Kansas waterfowl hunters are just as diverse as Kansas waterfowl hunting opportunities. KDWT typically receives strong and often conflicting opinions on what season dates should be. Some hunters prefer early seasons, while others prefer hunting in the later half of the season. And this can even change within a hunter as the season progresses. Zones and splits are tools that allow us to serve this broad constituent base. Zoning and splits effectively increases the season length for hunters willing to travel among those zones. If we did not have zones, you could only hunt 74 days in the state of Kansas. However, with the ability to zone, it's possible now to over 100 days across the state. The benefit of zoning increases as restrictive season lengths that were in place from 1988 to 1992, where there's only a 39-day season. So how do we derive at current duck zone boundaries and split options? And there are a lot of options, but for the most part, zoning is a habitat, bird use, and hunter preference grouping exercise. First, you look at how climate, physiographical features, landscapes, etc., play a role in shaping waterfowl habitats. Then examine when and which birds use those different habitats. And the last component is when hunters want to place those seasons, as well as the timing of their participation and success in those varying habitat types. 3 major factors we look at when we have specific data streams to inform these decisions. So first of all, we have duck numbers, the where and when they are, hunter activity, again, when and where, and hunter preferences. So we borrow a little from the social sciences, but they are just as important. Since the creation of the Southeast Zone in 2011, Kansas has maintained the same zone and season split structure. In 2015 was the last time we had any large-scale zone boundary changes, where the early-late zone boundary was reconfigured to move Cedar Bluff into the late zone. Based on the recent hunter survey, most Kansas waterfowl hunters are satisfied with the current zone and season date structure. At the zone level, the 2025 survey suggests that most are satisfied with the current zone boundaries. We have one minor change for Commission's consideration. The proposed change is a result of a new highway construction, Highway 14/96, near Yagi to Sterling, Kansas. This change would better reflect an associated habitat for portions of that zone that to be moved into the late zone, most notably a 6-mile stretch of the Arkansas River. Duck zones will be for final commission consideration at the next commission meeting. Any changes will be sent for use to Fish and Wildlife Service for review and publications in the Federal Register. And implementation of any new configuration would be in place for the 2026-27 season. With that, I'd be glad to take any questions.
We have questions from the commission for Tom. Being none, do we have questions from the audience for Tom on this subject? And none online, I assume, Jason?
Not at this time.
Very good. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
We're now into proposed regulation 115-5-1, fur bearers and coyotes, legal equipment, taking method and general provisions. Curtis?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know that Secretary Kinney's name is on this item. I'm just going to open it up real quick and then turn it over to him. The reason it's back before the commission is the last commission meeting you discussed this topic. A number of you weren't physically present. So with you all being here, I thought it'd be a good opportunity to hammer out the specific dates that you wanted to begin and end the season. With that, Mr. Secretary, do you want to take it from here?
Yes, I think we were still trying of, should we begin the season? And right now, I think what we left it at, and definitely my preference is a day after whitetail deer season. And my reasoning for doing that was to eliminate some law enforcement concerns, and I was wanting to reduce opportunities from poachers to have the opportunity to also take whitetail. Based on what we've heard today, does the commission have any additional particular topic, and in particular, what date? If we do decide that would like to move forward with extending, what date would you all prefer to start on, or do you have thoughts on that?
If I might, just to kind of set the tone or set the stage, I think, Mr. Secretary, based upon our previous discussion, there was consensus by a majority, certainly not all, to look at a season of, as I recall, January 1 through June 30th. From your comments, you're making a suggestion that we consider something along the lines of January 15th, 16th, whenever that deer season for rifle ends, through the June 30th date. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
Okay, with that, I would open it up for comments. Commissioner Marks, you have comments with that?
Yes, I do have some comments, but much like my fellow commissioner, I would like to hear the public comments before I give my comments on the starting and ending dates.
Very good. If anyone else has preliminary comments, feel free to make them. If not, Curtis, is it appropriate to now move to the audience for public comment?
Yeah, it's appropriate. I just clarify that the end of the whitetail antlerless only season in 25-9 sets it currently at the sounds convoluted, third Sunday occurring after the third day in January. So I think just to add a little clarity, it would be the day, whatever the day after that would be. So the third Monday occurring after the third day in January. That would change from year to year, but roughly mid-January, so to speak.
Thank you, Curtis. Okay, this point in time, do we have comments from people in the audience on this subject? Yes, sir. Please approach and identify yourself and give us your thoughts.
I'm Jacob John. On the side of poaching, this is Elk County, and there's been plenty of poaching done prior to the invention of thermals. So I'd just like to say that. Plus, you cannot see antlers through thermals, or not aware of night vision, but I've looked at thousands of deer in the last couple of years through a thermal, and I have never seen a set of antlers during the fall and winter times, excluding velvet, because you can see antlers during velvet through a thermal. But on the other side of things is, who's really poaching deer with thermals? I mean, in my pickup, when we go, there's 3 of us that hunt. We got, $12,000 worth of scopes, let alone suppressors and all this other stuff. No one's going to poach deer. And if they did, they've been doing it for generations. So if we're going to go off of the deer, I don't think that the deer poaching is really going to go up or down, or other than, you're going to have those outliers, but you're not supposed to rob banks either. So So I don't understand why we were gonna move back. You know, I shot 50 coyotes in January. February, I shot 7. March, we had a little uptick. We ended up with like 80 coyotes this season. That's being said, why are we taking the most productive times for harvesting coyotes? And we're going to put it on the back end. When they start dogging, they start whelping, they start denning, it's hard to call coyotes. So, you know, you either got to be really good shot or you got to be really good at calling and know what you're doing. So I would disagree with starting mid-January. I'd like to see it January, you know, through, because you're taking out the most productive times for us. You know, and I know that a lot of the houndsmen and the trappers is kind of not liking the whole thermal deal, and you have a lot of opposition. And I understand that I've watched several of these, and you said that there's a lot of people shooting coyotes out of pickup. I imagine that happens, but they're not shooting a lot of coyotes, because if you're doing that, you're wasting time between stands where you're actually calling and doing it right. You know, if you're really good at it, you know, there's no skill in just shooting coyotes out of a pickup. So I would have to say that that probably doesn't happen as much as people would think. You know, we hunted very hard all year, and for one, you know, we never got it. I understand that it's hard to find us because we're not shining lights. You know, we're just out, you know, middle of Elk County, not a lot of people. But you know, I understand the fishing game, you know, the what am I trying to say here? I understand that it's difficult for the game wardens to find us. You know, maybe if we could, you know, make it easier. I don't know how you would do that, but you know, no one's out there doing shenanigans, especially as much money's on the line. So like I said, I'd like to see January stay on. And if you want to take out March, take out March, but you know, no one, you know, we're all doing the same thing. So
Thank you, Jacob. I think we have a couple of questions. Commissioner G. Feller, you want to go first?
Yeah, you mentioned that, I think I heard you say after March, it gets a lot more difficult.
well, you can't hunt after March, but
Well, I mean, if you could hunt after March.
yeah, you're not gonna.
And you hunt where there's a lot of vegetation. So as springs, you got a lot of more leaves and vegetation. Does that affect your hunting at all or your ability to see with night vision?
Tall grass is hard. Like, you know, you can still shoot them, but finding them is a hard problem.
Yeah.
I would have to say once they get denning and once they have, like Mr. Dutton said, they have pups and den sites. If you get close to den sites, you know, they get very protective, obviously, but you know, I would have to say February and March, not so much March. Once they get, you know, they're trying to get their den sites, they get protective, but February when they're dogging's really hard.
Yeah.
Commissioner Mark?
Yeah. If you were given the option of losing the first half of January to get the extension to the end of June, as the secretary indicated, or leaving it the same, which starts the 1st of January and having 3 months, what would your preference be?
Keep it the same. Keep it the same, 100%. I mean, who wants to fight ticks right now? I mean, I know that's funny, but I'm not wading out there, and I love shooting coyotes. Like I grew up trapping. You know, I was involved in the last fur boom. You know, I trapped a lot of coyotes. I trapped a lot of coons. And, you know, obviously we've seen the problem with the coon problem with no fur market. You know, it was just an explosion of raccoons, and you know, yeah, keep it the same.
Thank you. Appreciate your comments, Jacob.
Thank you guys for your time.
Other people from the audience want to comment on this subject? Lauren, come on up.
I'll refrain from sharing my own concerns with this. If you proceed with this, I would highly suggest, request that you put a 3-year sunset on it. If you do not, and you get down 3 years down the road and find out, oh, that wasn't a great idea, there's a problem, you will not be able to backtrack because of the economic impact bill. You're going to have people say, I spent the money on this, this, and this. You can't take it away. So please consider putting a 3-year sunset on it. The other piece is, because you can always renew it then, but given our economic climate and the legislator, it's much harder to pull it back. So that would be one thing that I would request that you think amending into it if you proceed forward. The other piece, and I don't know if this is feasible or how this works, but with the difficulties with law enforcement and with the additional tools that they need to be able to be more effective in their law enforcement, I wonder if there's not a possibility of having a permit for the night vision where the funds can then go to law enforcement to increase their tools for effectiveness there. I belong to conservation organizations, and that's where I put my money because I believe that the work they do is important. I believe they're acting on my behalf. If I'm a night vision hunter and I'm ethical and I'm doing things right, I want that to continue. I want to support that. And so for the folks that really want to continue it and are on board, I guess it's worth at least investigating whether you can even do that. Curtis may say, can't do that.
You talking about
But-
raising fees on those?
Like a $20 permit for the night vision. It would fall under the $200,000 annual line at the number of permits that you're selling now. Plus, you've still got 25% more increase in permits you could sell and still stay under that. So it would not cross that economic barrier right now.
Would you be worried that that'd price out the average night vision hunter? Just asking for a friend.
You say you had in your car?
Well, no, but my point is that,
Bucks isn't going to
No, no,
make
but
a
you
difference
understand
to
that-
this young man.
right, I just making a point.
Take it. $20 is not going to matter when you're spending a couple thousand on a gun and 5,000 on scopes and things. So, no, $20 won't do that. The fuel they're going to spend that night going out is going to be more than $20. Thank you.
Questions for Lauren? No. Middle of this, I'd make an observation. I know from discussing other substantive changes that the commission has put forth that there's been some indication that staff likes to have a period of time to evaluate an impact as opposed to doing a snapshot or a 1-year review. I certainly would see if we're making a substantive change in this area that we will be asking the department, whether it's law enforcement, to tell us what issues or problems have occurred or not over a period of time, perhaps an annual basis or a couple of years or 2 or 3 years. We certainly will have evidence as to the number of permits that have been issued for this kind of hunting, and we'll have the survey on the coyote population as well, and probably just reams of information I think will be helpful in evaluating changes like this and other things that we do that have also occurred. Do we have other people from the audience who'd like to make comments today? Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Todd.
Sorry about coming up again.
You're all
I was just gonna ask the secretary, why would you want to go to June, whatever? Why, right when they're having pups? Why, when they're having pups, when they're raising pups? You don't have deer season in March, when they start fawning, or April, you don't let people shoot deer. Why would you let people shoot coyotes when they got pups and stuff? Unless they're, I mean, anybody else can go, I mean, you can shoot them in the daytime all year round. But why would you allow, you know, people go shoot them when they're having puppies? So we have something to hunt next year. So anyway, sorry about that.
Thank you, Todd. Comments from
I got
the
a
commission?
question for Todd and this
Todd?
gentleman. So when would you like to see the season end? When do you, most hunters, coyote hunters, quit hunting coyotes?
Okay, my dad and I we stopped at the end of March. And that females are starting to, there's still some that are in heat that are still breeding, and there's some that are starting to get fat with pups. And I don't know if Jacob can tell the difference between a dog and a female, but sometimes we can, because the dog's usually bigger. So that's when we try to turn out and catch, because we want to leave the female there. You know, hopefully she'll have pups, so we have something to hunt next year. And by extending the season, I mean, I don't know if you guys know of anybody that shoots them during June. You know, there's some farmers and ranchers, when they're haying, you know, they shoot one out in their tractor, they keep a gun in their tractor and stuff. But to go out and, you know, open the season to June 8th or whatever it was, man, that's, you know, when I see one hit on the road, it's just like a gut punch, because man, there's one I can't chase, you know, the next time. But to shoot them when they're trying to raise their pups, or, you know, some of them get about that big, don't they, Jacob? By June 8th, you know, what value would somebody go out and shoot a little pup coyote? You know, I guess that's something they can brag about. But anyway, going to June 8th, you know, in where it is now, that's when the guys with greyhounds, and that's what the season is right now for the night vision.
Thank you.
Jacob, please do. We've got people online that are listening. Appreciate that. And identify yourself.
Jacob John, I'm sorry again. We farm, I should have said that, but deer is a big problem. We have a huge depredation problem. We see thousands upon, you know, probably close to $10,000 loss on deer, you know. Kansas is fortunate. We don't have wolves. We don't have, you know, people see mountain lions. I understand that. We might have a few, but coyotes are the only thing that, you know, coyotes kill more deer than any deer hunters, even throughout the state, you know, the depredation that they do. And, you know, if we're going to try to keep our deer hunting income from the state, if we're going to try to keep it up, we're going to try to keep culling some of these deer down. We're going to have CWD come in and have a real problem. You know, it would affect my farm because we lease out deer rights. But, you know, we have to have something to keep the deer down. Coyotes kill a lot of fawns, you know. So that was the only thing I was going to add. Sorry to take your time.
All right, Jacob. Thank you. Commissioner Mark, you have a
please.
comment?
No, I just had, just remind those that might have missed, when we had the biologists up here, and we were asking questions about numbers of coyotes, and I can't remember what the number was, but it seemed like it was approximately maybe 40%. And you don't make any dent in the coyote population. And so when one of the questions I asked the biologist when we were talking about potentially doing year-round night vision coyote hunting, the biologist basically said he did not believe that year-round night vision coyote hunting would significantly, or if diminish the population at all. So, because that's one of the first questions that I was concerned with about is the resource. And our biologist said that even year-round, let alone we weren't discussing half-year night vision coyote hunting, but year-round night vision coyote hunting would not negatively impact the coyote population. And obviously they knew at the time, you know, the seasons that would encompass. And so that was just the point the biologist made to us.
Right.
Well, I agree with it. If everything went year round, that'd be great, but all of us night hunters wouldn't be able to get on our ground because everything's leased out to deer hunters.
Right, but
But then we have
I wasn't talking about the access. I was just talking about the last comment about, shooting, coyotes with pups and so on and so forth. And we won't have any to hunt next year. I was just correcting that with the biologists themselves. I'm not talking about access or why we would do it or when we would do it. But the biologist said that year-round night vision coyote hunting would not negatively impact the Kansas coyote population.
Other comments from the public? We have comments online, Jason.
Yes, we have quite a few. Justin, I'm gonna start with you. Let me unmute you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Like Keith was saying, Commissioner Mark, I believe the number was 225,000 mating pairs of coyotes in the state of Kansas, which is third in the United States as far as population. And I would like to see an all year round coyote hunt. Now, as far as whether or not that takes place, any step in the right direction of extending the season is great with me as far as that goes. I myself have spent several thousands of dollars on thermal equipment and rifles and tripods, among other things. And he brought up the point to me on a private call that the main concern was hunters being in the field if we started the season a little earlier in the year versus January and close it during deer season, rifle season, I should say. A lot of us hunters, thermal hunters, have built rapport and relationships with landowners and farmers that we have personally taken time out of our days to create that relationship and build the trust. Now, that land that we all hunt is private ground that we're being dictated to, where we have a season on what we can use as far as means of take. I personally, I'm not trying to bag on nobody, but we had houndsmen on here saying that we trespass at nighttime, which those of us that are doing the right thing are not ones out trespassing, not breaking the law, out spotlighting deer or whatever the case may be. And like the gentleman was saying before, we can't see antlers through a thermal. So that's irrelevant on the argument. As far as the poaching case goes, now, I understand that safety is a big concern with starting the season earlier. And I had mentioned possibly put a timeline as far as when we could enter the field, like 2 hours after legal sunset or an hour after legal sunset or something along those lines. As far as giving the deer hunters during the earlier seasons, muzzleloader season, archery season, giving them ample opportunity to skin or do whatever they got to do with the deer that they've harvested, or that gives them ample time to remove themselves out of the field. But not only that, us as sportsmen, we are required to know who's on a property so that we're not bumping one hunter or the next off of a piece of property. Personally, I hunt leased property that nobody else has access to, and that is all cattle ground and the ground that I deer hunt. And the farmers that I hunt for have begged me to go out and try to hunt earlier in the season. And I have to tell them, look, by law, I cannot break the law. I cannot be out there any earlier in the year other than January. So I would like to see it either A, extended the opposite side and close it during rifle season, and or close it for the rifle season and have it open beforehand during like October or November, and then close it at the end of March. Like the gentleman was saying, nobody wants to shoot a pup. Nobody wants to ruin the hunting for the next year. But in other means, you have to, or we as sportsmen have to take into effect that, or account that this is all going to affect us in the long run. And like the biologist was saying, we could hunt them 365 days or 7 days a week. You know, it doesn't matter. We're not going to dent the population or even remotely touch the population that we have with just the 3 months out of the year that we have it. So I would like to see the season extended a little earlier into the year. And as far as being able to know what's behind your target, I mean, I can tell most cattle farmers where their cattle are at without them even knowing. I mean, through a thermal, it gives you so much more opportunity to see the things moving in the night, and you're clearly not going to make some sort of an issue out of the 3 or 4 years that we've had the season. At this point, publicly, I have only heard of one cow that was actually shot with a rifle during the thermal season. And I don't know as far as what took place on that property because it wasn't on ground that I hunt. But as far as the season, I think we need more time. And I would like to see it earlier than later in the year. And that's all I got.
Thank you. Do we have questions at this point in time from the commission? Okay. Thank you for your time, Justin.
Okay, now we got Troy Sporer. I'm gonna ask you to unmute.
Welcome, Troy.
Hey, I'm back.
We're getting our money's worth out of you.
Oh, a little dose of reality on night vision is, you know, I helped get the original proposal done. And then at some point I tried to continue to move the season longer, didn't get much traction. I appreciate Commissioner Mark's efforts in this endeavor, but after I polled my friends, probably 20 people that are all thermal hunting, and they're all in favor of just leaving the season alone. Mostly, number one, vegetation is getting high. Our wheat is already knee high out here, and it's April 20 something. That's an issue. Doesn't seem like anybody has much interest in shooting a pregnant coyote, including me. Agriculture activities are increasing. More people out in the fields late at night doing things would be one more reason not to extend the season. And then I don't know how many of you have ever looked down a thermal and realized, but the best thermal days are cold, crisp, clear winter nights with no moisture. If you get an evening or a night when you've got a little bit of fog or snow or a little drizzle in the air, thermals don't work. They're heat seeking and picking up heat. And when everything else is hot, thermals just don't work when I don't know what a thermal looks like in June when it's 85 degrees out. I don't know. I guess I'd have to look, but my suspicions are that thermals really don't work later in the year, especially in eastern Kansas where you have high humidity. So my opinion is leave the season alone. January is my best time to thermal hunt, probably by 75%. I don't keep track of what we shoot, but I would hate to lose out on January. And I would just as soon just keep the season the way it is. So thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Troy. Questions for Troy? Okay, bring on the next conferee, Jason.
Okay, Tyson, I'm gonna ask you to unmute.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, my name's Tyson, and I'm speaking today to represent the Kansas Night Hunters Association. It's a newly established nonprofit organization with about 150 members, and as recent as since the last commission meeting. Our mission statement as the Kansas Night Hunters Association is dedicated to promoting safe, ethical, and responsible nighttime hunting practices across the state of Kansas. Our mission is to foster a community of passionate hunters who respect wildlife conservation and natural habitats while advancing the sport of night hunting. We aim to educate, empower, and connect hunters with the tools, knowledge, and resources they need to pursue their passion, ensuring that night hunting remains a sustainable and safe activity for future generations. I'd recently written in the past couple of weeks to all of the commissioners and staff, introducing the organization that we have started and what our mission is. And in that, we also addressed in detail the various oppositions that were posted from the recent Wildlife and Parks survey on the night hunting season. I'm not going to go through all of those in detail, but just wanted to hit on a few key points that we wanted to address today. One, just our proposed extension of the night hunting season would be year-round, excluding a firearms rifle deer season in December. And such, like many of others have said, in reality, the number of people, people don't want to be out shooting pups or pregnant females through the warmer summer months. It's not going to be an active time, even if it was a year-round season. Most people's desires are beginning October through the end of March. That is when the majority of coyote hunters using night equipment are going to be active. Even with a year-round season, that October to March is ideal. We do feel strongly that the month of January needs to be continued to be part of the night hunting season. Since the introduction of the night hunting season 4 years ago, there's not been any significant issues brought to the public's attention, citing that there have been problems with wildlife violations during the previous 4 years. For this reason, we ask to continue to include the entire month of January and any extension in the current season. One more thing on safety. Safety is one of the utmost importance of the Kansas Night Hunter Association membership, and we want to see everyone return home safe each night. Not only the safety of the night hunters, but the safety of those sharing the outdoors with us at night and those who live and work in the rural areas where we hunt. KNHA feels that the Kansas Hunter Education Program should include a segment related to night hunting. We are interested in reaching out to the department to see if we can collaborate on how to achieve this idea. KNHA would like to partner with Wildlife and Parks to develop educational information pertaining to safety while night hunting and have it added to the current curriculum in Kansas. We feel that this will help all hunters to have some basic understanding and knowledge of night hunting operations. A lot of what we're doing is going to rely on education. As we listen to people speak, we can tell that there's not a lot of people who have got firsthand or personal experience with this equipment and the operations of night hunting activities. So with that in mind, we're going to continue to do what we can to help educate and hope to be a valuable resource for you to come to with any questions or concerns that we can help you address in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Tyson. Questions for Tyson? Okay, Jason?
Then we got Chad Tyler. I'm gonna ask you to unmute.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, hi, my name's Chad Tyler. The other guys, they covered quite a few things that I was gonna bring up too, but my only thing is to really say is you have all the people out there that are doing it the right way on the night season hunting and going about it, following the regulations and that. But, you get the game wardens or wildlife staff, I would say that, that says they have issues with all the deer, but they've also always had them deer issues before, correct? Before the night season.
I'll let you answer your own question.
Okay. So, therefore that's why, they come back and say, well, with the thermal season and everything, well, we've always had that problem. But wouldn't you think that if you shortened the season or took it out of the deer season, if a poacher was going to poach, they're going to do it no matter what. But if you were to take out where, say there would be somebody, the chance of running into a poacher or a poacher on somebody's property that shouldn't be there, they could be caught, correct? And that's where it sort of comes back to the game warden saying they can't be everywhere and can't run into, can't follow everybody around. And I see that, but I just didn't want, you have the people that are doing it the right way, but they're wanting to change the season in order to get it out of the deer season to where, the bad people are the only ones doing it, supposedly. That's all I really have to say.
Thank you, Chad. We have questions for Chad. Thank you for your time, Chad. Jason, anyone else online?
That is everybody at this point.
Very good. Any further comments from the audience? So this is a workshop session. I think now we have opportunity for commissioners to comment, question, ask questions of staff and so forth. So feel free to step up if you have a question or a comment. Commissioner G. Feller?
Yeah, question first. How many years of data do we have on the existing season? 2 or 3 years? Or 5 years, but we only have 4 years of data though, right? Okay. All right. And then just my comments, it sounds like the months being considered to, as far as extending the season aren't really the optimum, aren't the months you would ask for if you wanted to extended season, for all kinds of reasons. And so I question how useful the change would be when those that actually do the hunting are telling us that those aren't the months they really prefer to hunt in. And I guess what I would maybe like to see us do is kick the can down the road a little bit, get another year under our belt with the 3-month season we have now. And see if we got any better data, and then also consider, the other optimum months for you guys would probably be during deer season, November, December, that time. So we've got that process to think through also if we're going to extend the season. So my preference would be to just leave it alone for now, and bring the topic up again maybe another day if there's demand for it.
Comments from other commissioners at this point in time?
I tend to agree with Warren. And the other thing that I think that we don't consider enough is the views of the non-hunter, because there are far more non-hunters and hunters in this state. And it's a bad look to say, yes, this is allowable to shoot pregnant moms or pups or whatever. And I think that's a group that we need to extend a hand to, listen to, acknowledge all those things. So that would be my only comment beyond what Warren said.
Thank you. Other comments? Commissioner Mark?
Sure. I would just point out that we can shoot coyotes year round right now. So, I mean, the argument that you might shoot a pregnant mom or a orphan, that's out there right now. I mean, so, I did have one question of law enforcement, or maybe paid staff, somebody. In the 5 years or 4 years worth of data, has there been any or what number of citations to people that had actually bought the night vision permit, that held a night vision permit, that were cited for poaching deer? I'd be curious if anyone can give me that number, if any.
Greg Kaiser, I'm Colonel of the Law Enforcement Division. I don't have that information right now. We can get it for you. We've had cases of thermal that I know of that was before even the season.
I'm sorry.
That was before the actual season
Right.
occurs. That was in during the deer season. So I do know that.
Yeah, was that somebody using a thermal that had bought the permit, or do you know the answer to that?
I don't know.
But they were doing it at a time right now when it was not legal anyway, regardless of whether they had the permit or not.
Right.
Right. And I'm sure you cited other people that poached deer during, without thermals. That's been going
Like I
on
said,
since forever.
The question you asked, we'll have to get that information.
Yeah. So as we sit here now, you don't know or can't, just off the top of your head, is.
I do know of a couple of cases, but they haven't been adjudicated.
And those were people that had the permit using night vision, had paid for the permit.
I don't know if they had the permit or not.
Yeah. See, that's what I'm trying to find out is the people that are going to follow the rules are rule followers. And then the people that break the rules are rule breakers. And there's, year-round rule breaking, I'm sure, otherwise we wouldn't need you, which we do need you. And I appreciate your service.
They may have had the permit.
That's what I'd be curious
and
to
still
hear.
just going out there doing their thing.
And broke the law, right? And even then they'd be rule breakers. So I hope you catch all of those.
We do have cases. I know that Chief Counsel's aware of it. We really can't go into detail because those cases haven't been adjudicated. And when they do, I'm sure there'll be a press release.
Yeah, but not enough where you would advocate to do away with the current. I mean, you don't have any problems with the current night vision.
We did not bring this forward as far as changing this season.
Yeah, but you haven't
This
seen,
came from
a law enforcement perspective, have you seen enough problem during the current 3-month season to say this is devastating? I mean, it's promoting so much law breaking. I mean,
Well, we've run into problems. A lot of it we don't know yet because we don't have the technology to go out and find these folks and check them.
well, I mean,
And we're understaffed too.
and that's the same thing with all hunting. Like I turkey hunted Wednesday and my son and I each shot one. So we tagged 2 birds, could have killed 22 birds, but we didn't. You know what I'm saying? Because I had a permit for 1 tom.
Right.
But I had 20 some turkeys pass me. And I mean, if I was a lawbreaker, I could have killed 20. I didn't see any fish and game on my farm. And you see what I'm saying? I mean, that's hunting by and large. There's so many hunters out there in tree stands, duck marshes, turkey blinds, or whatever it might be, that it's impossible for you guys to police every person in the field. And rule breaking's been happening since the
Right. But we do run into situations where it's crime of opportunity, where people go out and they don't have, and I told you this before.
Yeah.
They don't intend to cross a fence and trespass, but they see something and they go do it.
But,
and we have to deal with it.
yeah, so, but what we heard about night vision, like, and if do you agree with the person that came up here and spoke earlier that you can't see antlers through night vision?
I just watched the video on the back that, after he said that, and yes, you can.
Is that high end or low? I'm just asking. I don't know the answer. High end or low?
I don't know. I mean, I guess it depends on the thermal equipment that you've bought. There's some that are lower end, some are high end.
Mhm. But I'm asking, I don't know the answer to the question. I just. the
When
guy
he said that,
you-
I just looked it up.
And so you
and-
can see antlers through.
At least the videos that I just looked at, you could.
Was that thermal or infrared?
Thermal.
It was.
But
Now, like I
again,
said, I don't know the quality of the equipment that person was using to film. I don't know.
yeah.
But- And we don't differentiate when we're out patrolling.
Right.
If somebody's got low end or high end, it's thermal.
But right now, there's no, in the month of January, you can't shoot an antler deer legally in Kansas.
No.
So whether you shoot it in the daylight, shoot it with thermal, shoot it with a bow, throw a grenade. I mean, if somebody takes a deer to a taxidermist that was shot in January, or one of your agents or enforcement officers find one or whatever, I mean, it's totally illegal in Kansas to shoot an antlered deer in January.
You know it is.
Yeah. But my point is, so if somebody kills it, no matter how they kill it now in January, it's illegal.
It also, it could very well be that crime of opportunity I just told you about.
Okay, yeah, I really appreciate you. I'm a huge fan of law enforcement, large fan. I think what you guys do is thankless and hard, and there's not enough of you. If we could fund more of you, it'd be great. I, for one, am a big fan of what you guys do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Colonel. Have further comments from the commission?
Well, my comment on the issue is that one of the things that we heard, and again, trying to strike this balance, the hound hunters didn't want the season to back up into November and December. I think we heard those guys in pretty large force a few meetings ago, that it would, hurt their access and their right to hunt coyotes. And then, but all the coyote hunters both think that the cold months, obviously, and I coyote hunt some, not at night, but that the colder months are better. I personally would be for a year-round season, and if we were going to exclude for legality purposes, anytime you could kill an antlered deer. But I know the secretary is not for that, and I know wouldn't be a unanimous vote on the commission for that. But I would like to see some extension of the season, and trying to split the baby between all the coyote hunters. I would be in favor of a January to June season. Might not be a lot of people go out in the warmer months, but at least there'd be an option to see how it went. And opposed to that, my second choice would be year round, less antlered, any antlered rifle or muzzle loading, youth or military.
Further comments at this point in time? Mr. Rydell?
I agree that during antlerless only season, there's no reason to have this, to not open the season, because you can't shoot a buck then, or you are poaching. Also, if you're shooting with anything but a bow after rifle season ends, you're breaking the law there. So why not push the season back to the middle of December opener and run through June? Those are my opinions, being, as Commissioner Mark said, be loved to see it year round, give everybody all the opportunities, but we're trying to find something that works for everybody. And the first proposal we had here doesn't seem to get a lot of support from the thermal hunters we've heard from. They don't want to hunt in the summertime, so let's just find something that works for them.
The other thing to think about too is that we had the survey, and I appreciate the work done on the survey, but I think probably it was a bit skewed and done in haste. And so having a little bit a longer time to collect the data, because it doesn't match up with what I think a lot of us are hearing, is that most people are not in favor of extending it. So it's not matching up for me. Yeah, so that's the other thing to mention is I'd sure like a lot more information on public perception, because public perception is really important here.
I'd make a comment. I think we've seen a lot of information coming in. It's probably the most challenging topic that I've seen as a commissioner, phone calls and emails and these meetings as well. At our last meeting, we discussed this, and there was a consensus by a majority of those present, to consider some kind of an extension. I sensed there was probably not support for advancing to year round, maybe incorrect with that. Personally, I've heard information today from people who do this, who not that much appreciative of picking up 3 months in the summer. And I do appreciate the reason stated, being a tick fan myself. Don't know if there is opportunity or appetite for split seasons or other considerations. I'm to Commissioner Mark's point, I want to be considerate with all people that want to engage in hunting opportunities in our state and try not to create too much cross competition. So it's a little challenge for me. I will ask Curtis, where are we at with this today? Are we scheduled? Do we have another workshop scheduled for our next meeting, or are we at the point in the process where we're looking for a motion to advance something to promulgation, or what?
It's really at the commission's will. If you wanted to take a vote and move it into promulgation, we could at this point. But if the commission wants to continue talking about it, it's really up to the commission. And I'll defer to the secretary if he has any further comments on what he would like to do.
Thank you, Kurt. I mean, there's enough conflict around the topic. I would like to take more time to talk about it. And I think Commissioner made a good point that, you know, a lot of the data that we've collected, it was kind of rushed through, and, you know, and so I still a lot of conflict out there, and it's hard to make a decision on this that it would be favorable. And most important to me, I'm concerned that I don't have much biological data on the coyote population that I would like to have, which is why I'm hesitant to go year round. And so I mean, when I don't have that biological information, my are to increase, we would do it rather than doing the whole year, and potentially having massive implications from that. And so it's not like I'm totally not in favor of year round. I want to be sure that we're not hunting any given population of wildlife within the state into extinction. So that, Mr. Commissioner and Commissioners and Mr. Chair, I mean, those are my thoughts at this moment. Hearing any other
Comments,
from you all.
Commissioner Chieffeller, Commissioner Mark?
Go ahead. No,
I was just going to ask, you know, I'm in favor of leaving it as it is, but if there's an appetite among the commission for extending it in any way, I'm curious. I like the idea of the sunset, because if we do take a leap too far, it would be nice to be able to correct our course. So I'm just curious what the commission thinks about that. Yeah.
I'd ask Curtis a technical question. Can we do that? You do it in a rule and reg? They do it in statutes.
Yeah, I'm unaware of any reason why we couldn't sunset it in regulation, but I would ask for a little time to research that just to be 100% sure. Because I too, I don't recall seeing that in a regulation. Doesn't mean it can't be done.
My only comment would be, I don't think kicking the can down the road is going to lessen the controversy of this. There's going to be people on both sides of this issue tomorrow, next week, next month, next year. My only hesitation with extending it is the law enforcement, their concern. But that being said, you know, banks advertise with big signs out front, and I get flyers all the time telling me there's a new bank in my town, but I don't go rob it. I think good people do good things, bad people do bad things. And so I've given that a lot of consideration, but crime of opportunity is still crime. And we haven't heard enough here that would make me think that the night vision for the 3 months that we've had has led to a big increase in poaching. The biologist has made it very clear year-round hunting is not going to adversely impact the coyote population. He didn't believe it would help the deer population, but if he was wrong on one of the two, he indicated it may help. If we did shoot enough coyotes, then we may positively impact the deer population. So with the science saying no adverse impact on the coyote population, no matter how long we extend it, that if we're erring any direction, it's that we won't help the deer population like some of us hope, but we're certainly not going to hurt it. I am adamantly for an extension of the season. I think the other commissioners' comment about backing it up the other way and listening to some of the talk today interests me. I know the secretary doesn't want to go year round, but I agree with the chair that there is an appetite for some extension here, I believe, at least among some commissioners. So I would favor an extension, either year round or a partial year extension.
I would agree with that. I'd like to make a motion for our extended season proposal that we go from September 1st to June 30th and exclude all rifle deer seasons in that period.
There's a motion to amend the season and the regulation in front of us to allow for the night thermal hunting starting September 1 and ending on June 30th.
Yes, sir.
I believe that's the motion.
I'd like to amend that motion just to clarify that.
No, we
motion.
haven't got a second, so we need to.
Well, can I get some clarifications? Is he talking about during antlered? You know, we talked about antlered versus antlerless. And I was just wondering if he'd clarify whether his motion is excluding when you can hunt antlered deer or all deer.
I would exclude antlered deer rifle season.
Then I would second that motion.
We have a motion and a second on the table. Is there discussion on that?
So just to clarify, what were your dates?
September 1st through June 30th.
Yeah. I struggle with this a lot myself. I've been on record a lot for opportunity. I think the law enforcement piece is, we know that 95% of our folks, 96% of our folks are that hunt or fish or law-abiding folks. So, and I appreciate law enforcement. I'm not trying to undermine them, but I do think that if you're a criminal, you're a criminal, and we make all these laws, but they're for law-abiding citizens and they're not for criminals. And so I don't think that's a factor on that, but probably the biggest thing that I have is that we as hunters have to I'm concerned about killing coyotes in the spring. I would actually not like to see it go through the whelping season if I was talking about. That's probably been my major concern, and it's not my concern as much as it is, but it does concern me that you kill a female and the pups are going to die or potentially going to die. Even if there's no one out there hunting, there's going to be a certain amount of that. But it's not as much my concern as it is about the public and how public perceives that. If it's an issue for me as a hunter who I don't have a problem with killing things whatsoever, but I do have a problem with things suffering. And so I probably struggle the most from the time frame of the end of March through June. And so, and this motion includes that. So I would probably vote against this motion because it includes April, May, and June. I'm not against the motion if it was a different and didn't include those months, but I think that we as hunters have to also understand how people perceive us and how heartless we would be perceived as if we were killing female coyotes and letting the pups die in the den. And public perception is important for our sport and for everything we do is, so anyway.
Commissioner Carpenter, would you support September 1 through March 30th, excluding antlered deer season?
I would.
Then I would make a motion to extend the season.
A substitute motion.
Oh, I seconded his, but I didn't make it. So I mean, I would give a substitute motion here to extend the season commencing September 1, ending the last day of March, and excluding the any time that antlered deer season would exist, whether that be muzzleloader, youth, military, or whatever it might be.
That is a motion on the floor, a substitute motion on the floor. Is there a second to that?
I would second that motion.
Further discussion on that matter, and I would ask legal counsel, do you understand the motion and what is being proposed?
Yeah, just for clarification, that's antlered deer season in the motion.
Antlered rifle.
Yeah, excluding antlered rifle or muzzleloader season.
Okay. The only other thing I want to add, Mr. Chairman, is that I did find our military deer regulation does have regularly has a sunset provision in it. So to answer that prior question, you can include those in regulations.
Very good. Discussion of the motion on the floor.
Did that include the sunset?
Does not.
that have to
It does not. If that could be a subsequent motion, or we can, or the person who made the motion and the second can consider that as part of their motion or a friendly amendment if they would so choose, or it could be a separate action. So I guess I would defer to Commissioner Mark. You made that motion and your second, if that's something you would consider.
Would that be something you would support, Commissioner, if we were to add the sunset provision as you would?
Probably not. But if the commission approved the motion, I'd probably make the motion to sunset.
Right. If it would gain additional support among the commission, I would include it. But if it's not going to change anyone's idea of the vote, then I would not.
I'd say it'd help me, just from the standpoint that I think that puts an assignment on the commission, on staff to bring us information that looks at this and what changes have occurred from current policy and practice to what has happened in those 3 years. So
Yeah,
I
well,
would say that, yes.
Yeah. So then that answers my question that if it would impact anyone's decision-making, if there was a sunset provision, and given that it would, and that wasn't just aimed at you, it was anybody, of course, then I would amend my original motion same time period, September 1 to March 30th, excluding any gun, muzzleloader, or rifle, antlered deer hunting season, with a 3-year sunset provision. And then obviously it can be revisited. It would be mandatorily to be revisited in 3 years, but of course the commission can revisit any regulation any year, but it would force the commission to look at it again in 3 years. So that would be my motion.
Curtis, did you find anything about if we increase the fee that would go to help law enforcement?
That I don't know, how that fee is divvied up. I think it's a really low fee at the moment right now.
Very.
It's
a couple dollars.
processing fee.
Right. So, but no, to answer your question, I don't know, off the top of my head, how that money is spent within the agency.
I
Commissioner
personally would
Lister, I was going to say, I would agree that once we get this, if we can get this passed, that I think and I don't even think anybody that's doing it with those permits would be opposed to an increase. And how that gets earmarked at it obviously have to be way above our pay grade, but I think I would be very interested in doing what you recommend there, subsequent to this vote.
That just as a clarification, if the fee increase occurs, then we'd have to amend a different regulation than the one listed here in the book, is the 115-2-1.
Okay. Would that be discussed at the next meeting, or how does that go?
It could be, yeah, or it could be discussed now,
Oh, okay.
however you want.
I think from a policy standpoint, I think it's a broader issue as to whether you're going to target a certain segment of hunting and attempt to put a fee on them to subsidize law enforcement or subsidize a certain act of the agency when everyone has a role to play without identifying. We're going to put a special fee on duck hunters, special fee on goose hunters, special fee on upland game to fund certain things. So I think that is a broader conversation, that if we get into that those considerations come in, and perhaps delaying that to another meeting might make more sense.
We do already have special fees for most of our hunting, whether it's trapping or turkey hunting. There's already additional cost involved in almost everything you do, other than a few, obviously, if you just want to hunt rabbits, you're not going to pay any extra for your license. But I don't think it's out of line to add on another $20 for that thermal license, and I don't think anybody would have a problem with it.
No, I certainly don't oppose looking at, because I think the fee is relatively nominal right now. So I don't
Yeah.
oppose looking at what the fee is for that license, but saying that we're going to raise it $20 or $50 and that is earmarked for a certain cost with the agency, I think is a different discussion.
Okay.
So I have no problem with an appropriate fee or consideration of that at this point in time.
Mr. Chair, Colonel Kaiser would like to make a comment.
Mr. Chairman, fellow commissioners, Greg Kaiser, Colonel of the Law Enforcement Division. When you start talking about excluding the rifle deer season currently, and it didn't used to be this way years ago when I was a kid, you couldn't rifle deer hunt coyotes. You couldn't hunt coyotes during rifle deer season. That's changed. That currently you can do that right now. We do run into that problem where we check people that didn't have a deer license, deer tag, and I'm coyote hunting. And as soon as you check them, they blast out of here, leave the country. So when you're talking about this, that is also a concern of the wardens, that you can hunt deer, you can hunt coyotes during rifle deer season, which is a problem for us.
Right. That's why the motion was to exclude those seasons.
Right. But daytime hunting for coyotes.
Oh, right.
Right. No, I get that, but we're talking about extending this is only referencing night vision.
Yes, but what I wanted to bring up is that our problem with the daytime, in fact. So when you're talking about that, so
Colonel, you would like to exclude daytime and thermal during antlered rifle season?
If you're going to go that way, yes.
Well, That's be a whole nother regulation to get
So,
into.
Yeah.
anyway, so
Be another-
just
be
so you're
another-
aware, that's a problem we run into, so.
Thank you, sir.
So it's a sheet.
Okay, I think we have a motion.
Say
I
the
would
motion.
ask,
Yeah, one more time, say the motion.
I would ask Curtis, a couple of things. Number one, has the motion been offered and seconded in a manner that's consistent with the Administrative Procedures Act, with the amendments and the extra pieces we put into it, number one, and number two, can you read it back to the commission before we vote on it?
Yeah, I would just ask that, would you like me to read the motion as I understand it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. My understanding is that the motion is to alter the current night vision coyote hunting season to September 1st through March 31st, excluding all rifle deer antlered season, including muzzleloader or otherwise, with a 3-year sunset provision.
Yes.
Is that the complete motion?
That's my understanding. That.
That is accurate,
Understanding.
Mr. Ward.
And I would second that motion. We never did have a second on his amended.
Very good. Okay, we have a motion and a second. We have further discussion on the regulation in front of us. If not, I think we're ready to vote on that, and I think it's appropriate for a roll call for the commission to do that, just so that we have it on the record.
Yeah, that would be fine. Megan, can you record?
I got a quick question. Does elk play into that antlered elk at all?
No, just deer.
Okay.
Yeah. Can call them by name.
Just 1 minute. Can we have Commissioner Riedel,
Aye.
Commissioner Mark,
Aye.
Commissioner Gefeller,
No.
Chairman Dameron,
Aye.
Commissioner Carpenter,
Aye.
Commissioner Lister,
No.
and Commissioner Cross.
Aye.
Five to two was the vote. That's enough. Well, we lost an agenda item for Russell, perhaps. But maybe not.
Needed something interesting.
I think we will anyway.
Non-resident waterfowl.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That'll draw a crowd.
Okay, we ready for item C, Curtis?
Yep.
Okay, so, item C, I'm happy to wade into it first. Curtis, you want to describe it? But I give just a little context of this issue was, the language was circulated to the commission at its last meeting. We did not have 100% attendance at that meeting. So I think it's appropriate to revisit it, perhaps a little bit about where it came from, and let the commission consider it and have a discussion and see what direction we're going to take this today.
Yeah, there's not much to add there, Mr. Chairman. This came together shortly before the last meeting. It's drafted here for your consideration. I read it into the record at the last meeting, and I have extra copies for anybody who has requests, but you can see it there before you, and the intent is just to put it before the commission for its discussion and as you go forward.
Yes, yeah, KAR 11545-1. So there was legislation brought to attempt to codify whether the commission itself could put something on the agenda in a rule and reg form or other topics. I guess the way I understood it in the legislative process. There's been some debate as to whether we, the commission, had the ability to essentially direct the secretary to advance a regulation to the promulgation process. Seemed to be unclear with various parties. So a legislation was proposed that would clarify that matter, that the commission could, through some process, and it took on several iterations, whether an individual commissioner could instigate such a proposal to the agenda, or whether it required some kind of a vote, a majority vote of the commissioners. It eventually got lost in the shuffle as well. It was packed into the House Bill 2028 that included the waterfowl issue and went by the wayside on final action. Or that was a different bill. That issue was killed in the Senate. So, but that issue was teed up on like the final day of the legislative session. Earlier this year, the commissioners received a memorandum from the secretary that attempted to clarify this issue to some extent, that commissioners could make requests of matters to be put forth on the agenda. I believe from recollection that the secretary maintains the authority to do that, but certainly would accept the recommendation. I may be somewhat inaccurate with that. Following the defeat of that legislation, I believe there were discussions between legislators, perhaps the Attorney General, who was interested in the issue, and the agent as to could this be done through a rule and reg process. I can imagine that what we have in front of us would cost more than $200,000 a year, so at least might clear that hurdle if we decide to proceed with this. And so essentially the way this would read is that a majority vote of the commission could move a rule and regulation forward into the promulgation process. Question I would have, or at least some clarification, whether that's today or what appropriate time, we go through pretty good exercise on workshopping regulations, and we try to have, excuse me, at least 2 meetings where the public's notified of a proposed regulation. And then before we go into the promulgation process, I certainly don't want to do anything. I would not want to do anything that I felt reduced the public input if we have a regulation going forward. I know perhaps at least 2 of our members did not have an opportunity to review this. It wasn't handed out until the meeting. We didn't have it in advance. People may or may not have an opinion on whether they want to move forward with this today, or they want to evaluate and take a look at it at Russell or at a subsequent meeting. So with that, kind of as my opening comments, I would open up for the commission, the commissioners, to make their comments in regards to this, and what they might see is whether this language suits a purpose, or they would like changes, or kind of what their opinions are. So I would open it up to the floor of the commission.
I have just a quick question. Was this drafted by the secretary and the legal? Is that where
I
this?
believe from the agency.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, Curtis.
Okay, thank you.
So.
Yes, sir, Commissioner.
My concern's same as yours. I mean, I like the idea that the commissioners can request things to be put on the agenda, but I don't want to do anything to shorten up the public comment period or try to get around anything like that. And I guess it's my ignorance, but I don't know what regulatory promulgation means. But if we go from basically a straw vote here to promulgation, what does that mean? Does that mean we still have the workshop sessions and the public input?
So, yeah, I get a lot of questions about that word. The promulgation process is what was cited there in KSA 77-415. That's basically a one word to summarize the process of, we take the draft regulation from this body, like based on the straw poll, the informal vote that occurs. And then I take it to those steps that when we did the commissioner orientation, I put up that graph on the screen that shows you the step-by-step, where I go to Department of Administration, they review it, and then the Attorney General reviews it for legality, and then budget on the EIS and notice it up in the register. Then it comes back. That's the promulgation process. And then it comes back to the commission for the statutory vote on whether to adopt, reject, or modify, once it's gone through the promulgation process. Does that answer your question?
Well, yeah, kind of, but where in there do we have the workshop sessions? While it's being promulgated, we have at least 2 meetings I mean, the way it is now, the public gets basically 3 or 4 shots at it, right? At public meeting.
Yeah, and forgive me, since I'm still obviously new to the agency, my understanding is traditionally those public workshop sessions have occurred before the informal straw vote. So they would have it maybe 3, 4. If it's a very hot topic, it could be several, even more than that, public meetings before the commission would even take an informal vote to go into promulgation.
Yes, sir.
So
Commissioner.
I guess in this process, and I value public input big time, I would not want anything to circumvent that. So how would that work out if, for instance, I proposed a regulation or whatever? Would it automatically go to be workshopped, through a period of time and then promulgated, a vote on that? Or how does that timeline work?
As far as a timeline, I don't think that there's a hard and fast rule on the promulgation. I think there was always just kind of a general understanding, and I'm looking at my people who've been here far longer than I have, of at least a certain number of meetings, but there's nothing ever set in stone in regulation or policy on how many workshop sessions occurred before an informal straw vote.
I just wouldn't want us to, through the vote of this commission, whether I was for it or against it, to vote to just start the process without public input or workshops and all that kind of stuff. So that's where I'm at on this. If this is for that, then I'm probably not for it. I think there should be a mandatory period of time.
I have one question. How long does the process take from you doing all this, the steps that you said, administration, then AG, and then budget, and so on and so forth?
Yeah, it varies. It seems to get, my understanding is it's getting longer and longer. I was looking back at my sheet this morning. I would say minimum, it's safe to say 7 months, up to 9 months to a year. I mean, it could even, as the secretary mentioned before, it can go even longer depending on the complexity of the regulation itself.
But he made me think of another question. If we vote on this before the public hearings and it goes to promulgation and it gets through, it's a regulation, right? Unless we change our minds based on public input, or if we do change our minds based on public input, do you have to have a whole new regulation considered and go through promulgation again?
Yeah, because so multiple parts there. It's not to start with your first point, it's not a regulation until the formal legal vote at the end. When it goes through promulgation, it's noticed up with the Secretary of State, and then you vote on it. Then it becomes a legally binding regulation at that point.
Okay, so if we change if we think we're for the regulation and we vote for it, and then we spend all that time going through promulgation, but in the meantime, we hear from the public and our minds get changed, then we don't pass that regulation, but we start all over again on whatever. Okay.
Yeah, and I just add that my understanding again is that usually when the informal vote, the initial vote occurs and it goes into promulgation, it typically comes off of the agenda. So you're not typically garnering public input in that interim.
Could we?
Yeah,
We could, because if we're looking 7 or 8 months, I think all 3 of the chair and then the 2 commissioners, I mean, I don't think anyone here would want to pass something without getting, public comment. But again, I think it was the secretary himself said that, one of the problems with the agency is the lengthy delay between drawing board and happening. And so if it's possible that if somebody were to make what I like what the secretary's come up with here, and it doesn't become effective until after a final vote. I mean, if we could, while this is going through your lengthy process, have it on the agenda for comments. And like Commissioner Gefeller indicated, that if after we hear public comment, where at one time the body was in favor and is no longer in favor, then it doesn't happen.
Yeah.
And if there's some amendments to be made then like you said, you go back to the drawing board and fix it.
I was going to say, the only thing I would add is that, once what I go from this body to the Secretary of State with the draft language and I give them, it has to be exactly like that at the end. So if we go through the process and you hear public comment, you change your mind, or you even tweak it just a little bit, we have to scrap the whole process and start over. So the time saving there, I'd say.
Well, then let me ask you this, is there a middle ground where if one of the commissioners has an idea where they propose it, then it goes on the agenda for three meetings where we can get that public comment? So we keep exactly what the secretaries came up with here, add a sentence in there that says that starts the public comment phase. And let's say we say 3 meetings, which I think that's been pretty standard. I don't think there's a rule, but I think that's what you and I had talked about privately with the secretary. And then we can take the vote, because then we would have had the idea, 3 meetings of public comment, which would be roughly 3, whatever. And then if we then vote it that way, then it goes to promulgation and then back for a final vote.
Yeah.
No, I was just asking Representative Carpenter if that,
I think that we could correct this in this. Right here, it says a majority vote in favor of a draft rule regulation shall begin the regulatory promulgation instead of process. Instead of saying that, it could be worded to start the public comment period. Is that something that you see what I'm saying? Then we would start and we could put a series of four public comment periods before we voted on it to start it through the process. Is that something that's doable?
It could be, and I'd also wanted to, Deputy Secretary Schrag mentioned to me as to consider is that those meetings are typically when agency staff also provides their expertise on the issue and presents and gives you the data to make your informed decision too. So it's not just for public comment, but it's also for agency.
Right, workshop, straight
Yeah,
workshop.
that's fine too. But I think that we could do something like that, but I would certainly not be for just a commission vote to start without public comment period to start a regulation or anything like that. Good way to shoot yourself in the foot.
So for me, in looking at this, I don't have opposition to it. I don't think that this process should circumvent our current process. So if you're going to propose a rule and reg under this scenario, it goes through the same process that we go through for any other reg that's brought to us, for example, today. So how I would see this, and we've had some issues that some commissioners wanted to bring up for consideration. I think you could see that come in the form of a motion. I want to see a regulation on X. And this is my idea. Well, that's not fleshed out in a legal regulation form, but I think through that majority vote, you can direct the secretary at the subsequent meeting to bring back formal language for consideration, and then use that as the starting point to start workshopping that issue in, maybe you want to put some numbers in there, not less than 2 meetings or something like that. But, we might reach consensus in 2 meetings, or it might be like waterfowl. You might not reach consensus for 2 years. And that's kind of how the game gets played here at the commission level when you have enough people who are comfortable with moving forward. So I think whatever this process is should be consistent with our current process. And I think it's just a way for a majority of the commissioners to say, we want this reg considered, and, perhaps the secretary doesn't. But that's our way of bringing something into the process.
Yeah, I agree with that. And take it one step further, Commissioner Lister's idea of an increase in the fee would be a perfect example of she could say that and make this motion, amend it as Representative Carpenter and you were talking about, then put it into the, you know, the workshop phase. And then we discuss it for not less than 2, not more than 4. You know, I would say.
Ideally, but
Mhm.
you know, again, the waterfowl issue took 2 years at the commission level. But you know, putting time limits brings things to a head. I don't know if that's a policy we want to start, but
Yeah, I don't think that, I think a minimum would be, and then there wouldn't be a maximum.
Okay, then not less than 2.
Not less
Yeah.
than 2 or
Okay.
4, more the better as far as I'm concerned, because again, that's what we have to do is the best way to cause yourself a lot of grief is to not have adequate public comment periods. And then you pass the regulation and everybody is all up in arms
Mhm.
because they didn't have a chance to weigh in on it.
Yeah, no, I agree. But the only thing is if we say not less than 2 and it's a hot topic, the commission will know whether you have the votes that, you know what I'm saying? I mean, you're not gonna, if after 2, it's still a hot topic and you say, I'm not prepared and 4 of us are not, you know what I'm saying? But if
Right.
it's something pretty simple like raising the fees and we're sitting here waiting 6.
I get it.
You know,
I
saying
get
if we say not less than 2, I mean, the commission will decide whether it's ready or not. And, you know, so I think if we put a minimum of 2 and there's no top end, then we may fight about it until we're all off the commission.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the secretary had his hands raised, so.
Mr. Secretary,
Thank you, Jason.
moment of clarity, please.
Well, I think the night vision coyote hunting.
Turn his volume up.
Volume.
Is a good example of you know, this actually, you know, moving forward, exactly what this proposal. In November, we were approached about moving forward or expanding the night vision coyote hunting season. We investigated it, brought it forth to the commission in January, and since that time, we talked about it on different occasions, and the proposal, or, you know, what we're talking about now has evolved, changed based on public comment, based on comments from the commission, and it seems like we are much more closer to, you know, coming to a space that we can propose a regulation that we're all comfortable with. I would never attempt to exclude what any one commissioner, you know, thinks about the way we can be moving forward with hunting or fishing regulations within the state. I think it always ought to be considered. You all bring up good points. And Stuart does as well. We want to give it enough time to our staff, have time to put input on it. We also want to get sufficient public comment on these topics as well. And it's honestly quite difficult to put a time frame on that because, as you all know, there are some topics that just take a longer period of time than others. And so I just wanted to make those comments for you all's consideration as we talk about this particular regulation and if it ought to be altered to suit our purposes.
Thank you. I would ask, or I'd offer Curtis, in looking at the language, if we fourth line took out regulatory promulgation and inserted something like regulatory consideration or modified that.
With public comment.
Or I could also ask if you have heard the concerns expressed by the commission and want to do a redraft for consideration at our next meeting. I'm fine with that rather than doing it on the fly, depending on what the other commissioners want to do. I think there's interest in moving forward on this. I think we want to do it right. And I think we want something that's workable for the public and workable from the administration as well as the commissioners.
Yeah, I would much prefer, after hearing all your comments, to go back to the drawing board, so to speak, and confer with others about this. But yeah, and come back with something different at the June meeting. Would that be acceptable to the commission?
Comments from the commission?
No, I would agree. In fact, that's what killed the bill. Anyway, we were talking about that before, is that they wanted to do it, but they didn't like the language. They tried to fix the language, couldn't get the language right on the fly. Because, you've got, legislators trying to draft something that Curtis should have drafted. So now we're in a perfect position where Curtis can draft it, then we can vote. But I think your point is 100% correct.
Does that work for the commission?
Yes. For me. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, we're on the agenda. We're on to page 2. It's longer than page 1. I'm kidding. We're back to general public comment, though. If, based upon what we've done here today or haven't done, or subsequent thoughts that have come to mind, if you have additional public comments, please approach and address the commission. Or walk out of the room. I'm kidding. Old business. We have any old business in front of us today? Other business? And future meeting dates and locations. We want to talk about that.
So our next meeting is scheduled in Russell, which we had rescheduled from earlier in the year, so we'll be out there. And then I spoke with Megan about possibly going out to Garden City for our August meeting following that. I think Megan's already, not that we have anything set in stone, but she's looked to see that I have held previous commission meetings at the zoo out there. They have a conference center that would accommodate us. Does the commission have any preference or comment on that?
What's the Russell date? I'm sorry. Could you refresh me?
June 26th.
June 26th.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I got it.
So the August date you're looking at?
August 28th, I believe.
Actually, I think it would be earlier in August to give us time to adopt the deer regulations.
Oh,
So
August 21st.
21st?
about tentative August date at this moment.
What's that?
A tentative August date at this moment. I don't think we had nailed down the specific date quite yet. I think historically it was held in early August. I'm guessing probably Thursday, the 14th.
Is that a date that works for the commission
For now, yeah.
as of today? Yeah.
14th.
So that's a tentative date, August 14th.
Sure.
Okay.
Sounds good.
As of this minute, works. Okay. Garden City.
Yep. At the, what was the name of the zoo?
It's the FinUp Center at Lee Richardson Zoo.
Anything else we need to talk about, commissioners, Mr. Secretary, staff? We appreciate your attendance, your patience, your indulgence, your comments. Thank you for coming. Appreciate staff who makes the time to come to these meetings so that we have full access to their knowledge and information when we make these decisions as well. Commissioner Cross, you have comments? Come down the line.
No, no further comments.
I'm good.
Me too.
Nothing.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion accepted. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.